And boys and girls, it's my privilege to call to order a regular meeting of the Redondo Beach City Council for the first time live in person in a couple of years. Let's get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Ehrenheim?
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Here.
Councilmember Horvath?
Here.
Councilmember Endy?
Here.
Mayor Brandt absent. Mayor Pro Tem Obaji?
Here. All right. And the mayor is unable to be with a large crowd, so due to being immunocompromised, so he's absent, but he's super proud of y'all, and I'll address that in a little bit here. Going on to the salute to the flag and invocation, can we all rise for a pledge of allegiance and a moment of silence? Where's our flag? Here we go. All right, ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you, everybody. All right, good evening, everybody. I'm Mayor Pro Tem Obaji. It's my honor to do presentations on behalf of the mayor tonight and on behalf of the city to the two soccer teams that we are recognizing, which we consider Redondo's best, and we're super proud of y'all. The first is one is from South Redondo's AYSO 34 10 and under group, and the other is from North Redondo AYSO's 17 12 and under group. And both teams are girls all-star teams, meaning they are the best, the brightest, the hardest working, and the most team-oriented from all of the fall 2021 soccer season. They've been working together and working hard all these months and winning tournaments after tournament. We're honoring them tonight because they've achieved a great accomplishment. Both teams are champions of their age group of the Western States Tournament. And the Western States include California, Washington, Oregon, and Nevada. That's a big deal, folks. All right, and let's call on first the South Redondo AYSO 34 All-Star Girls, 10 and under. And the commendation they're receiving from the mayor today is for winning the Western State All-Stars. Since forming the All-Star team, they've also won the following: the champions of the Pony Express Tournament, the Beach Cities Area 1D All-Star Tournament, champions of the Section 1 All-Star Tournament, and champions of the Western States Tournament. So one by one, I'll call them up first, and we'll get a picture. Victoria Barbary. Congratulations, Victoria. By the way, I've got a 2-year-old daughter who will very much look up to all of y'all as exemplars. Next up is Ella Capuzzi. There you go. Penny Davidson. Good job, Penny. Ella Nujahar. Did I get it right? All right, good job, Ella. Juliet Papa. Okay, good job, Juliet. Mia Ramirez. Sophia Sanchez. Kira Sunderman. Good job, Kira. Ali Wisniewski. Good job, Ali. Jay Nujar. All right. Good job, Mr. Nujar. Michael Capuzzi. Good job. Alonzo Ramirez. blocking the girls? Should we let them?
No, I got it. Yeah. All right, Councilman, yeah, stand up. You ready? Everybody smile. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, look here. That's awesome, girls. Got it. Thank
All right,
you.
let's get another round of applause. Thank you guys. Good job. You guys go back to your seats. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Miss Renee. All right, and now going on to the North Redondo AYSO 17 All-Star Girls 12 and under. Since forming their All-Star team, they've also won the Champions of the Region 13 Turkey Tournament, Champions of the Region 14 Christmas Classic Tournament, Champions of the Region 21 Smash Tournament, Champions of the AYSO Area 1D All-Star Tournament, and Champions of the Western States Tournament. Congratulations. You gals leave anything else for anybody else to win? All right, let's call up Nelia Cardenas. Congrats, nice. Bella Davila. Here, if you want to hold it. Chloe Florikis. Lily Carabedian. Giselle Garrett. Awesome. Raylyn Holland. Emily Laradonis. Layla Marquez. Amelia Nielsen. Hope Ochoa. Stella Papas. Isabella Race. Natalie Cardenas. Miranda Marquez. And Coach Brandon Davila. Good job, y'all. Good job here. All right. One more.
Go green. Ruin it.
Good job, guys. Keep it up. All right. Congratulations again. Moving on to item number E, or letter E, approve order of the agenda. Any modifications to the order of the agenda?
Announcements and stuff like that.
Okay.
We have to.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Technically speaking, did we make a motion to adjourn from closed session? Did not? Okay.
We should
All
probably
right.
do that.
Did we make a motion to adjourn from closed session?
All right.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Ehrenheim, second by Councilmember Lowenstein. Any objections? We need a roll call vote?
We're in person. We're in person.
So that's yes or no?
No.
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 Okay.
No.
All right. We're gonna go back. We skipped announcements by
Well, I
accident.
think from closed session is the question. So there was no reportable action in closed session, although under item F2, Ted Simon, our Public Works Director, did not join us for that item as originally.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wazansky. All right, and presentations, proclamations, announcements. Do we have any council member items, starting with Councilmember Nierenheim?
I do. Just want to remind everyone well, first of all, I want to welcome everyone back to the council chambers. It's been lonely in here for 2 years. It's my background. You get it?
Yes, I got it, actually. for you.
My community meeting will be on May 11th, May 14th, which is coming up a weekend from this Saturday. It's the same day as Beach Life Festival. And I'll have my online meeting shortly thereafter that week. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Lowenstein.
It is so great to be back and seeing everybody's faces in person. So the District 2 community meeting will be held on Monday, May 16th. It'll be held in person this time, not on Zoom. Second floor of the main library in the main conference room. So if you have any questions before, you can email me at my address. But I look forward to seeing everybody on May 16th, Monday. Thank you. At 6 o'clock. Sorry, 5:30 to 7 o'clock.
All right, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, District 3 community meeting's going to be, it's going to be moved this month to a Wednesday. So Wednesday, May 18th, my special guest will be City Manager Wazansky, and we'll be talking budget. And it'll be on Zoom still.
All right, Councilmember MD.
No announcements at this time. Thanks.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is my first meeting in person, so sorry if I'm a little rusty. It's a pleasure to see you all here and see so much engagement. I didn't realize so many folks cared about what was happening at City Council, but we promise we'll make you sleepy by the end of this. My community meeting will be on this Thursday, Cinco de Mayo, at 6:30 p.m. at Perry Park Senior Center. It's a 2-for-1 because if you come at 2 p.m. to Perry Park, you can get churros with the cops. So do that. They're going to be there from 2 to 4 p.m. I think it's the first time I see they're doing churros with the cops. They moved on to off of snow cones because it's still a little chilly outside. So, and that is exciting stuff. Moving on. On to order of agenda, item E. Any changes to the order of the agenda? All right.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as is. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Nierenheim, a second by Councilmember Horvath. Roll call vote, Councilmember Nierenheim,
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein,
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath,
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Myself, aye. All right, passes 5-0. Is there a motion, do we need to move to recess to our agency meeting?
Correct.
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 All right, is there a motion to recess to our agency meeting?
So moved.
Second?
All right, Councilmember Horvath, the motion, Councilmember Lowenstein with the second?
Yes.
All right. And any objections? Nope. All right. We are recessed to a regular meeting of the Community Financing Authority. All right. Blue folder items. Do we have any blue folder items, Ms. Paul?
Mayor McPherson, I need to do a roll call.
Oh, roll call.
So Member Nierenheim,
Here.
Member Lowenstein,
Here?
Member Horvath,
Here.
Member MD,
Here.
Chair Brand absent, Vice Chair Obaji.
Here.
Thank you.
All right. We have any blue folder items, Madam Clerk?
No blue folder items for this agenda.
All right. On the consent calendar, does any member of the Community Financing Authority wish to pull an item on the consent calendar?
Motion to approve.
All right.
Second?
Councilmember Horvath with the motion to approve and second by Councilmember Lowenstein. Any objections? Nope. All right. Consent calendar is approved. Wow, that's a big consent calendar. All right. Excluded consent calendar items are none on I. J, public participation on non-agenda items. Do we have any public participation?
Actually, are we back to council meeting? Or did I-
No, we're-
No, we're
not
still.
yet, I'm sorry. Okay, jumping ahead, sorry. Nope,
All right. You got to know what we're doing because,
this is like,
all right. K,
actually, we have a person that would like to speak.
sure.
Okay, Craig Caldwell. Oh, Calderwalder, excuse me.
Thank you very much. My name is Craig Cadwallader, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Surfrider Foundation South Bay chapter. And I just wanted to remind everybody that Assembly Merit Suchi's bill, AB 2140, is working its way through the committees successfully so far in Sacramento to give the city a way to terminate the AES power plant so we can get a decision that it is not continuously renewed. And I want to thank Assembly Member Merit Suchi and co-author Senator Ben Allen for moving this forward so that the city of Redondo Beach can get some finality in the once-through cooling permit for the power plant. And I did want to mention that I believe I heard today that the state of California yesterday reached just shy of 100% renewable energy generation for the entire state. So we can do that, and it's another reason that the city, I hope, will stay at the 100% renewable energy this October when the CPA engages. So this is great news for the city, and I hope that it continues through successfully and that the city can have certainty of a termination date for that project. Thank you for allowing me to comment.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cadwallader. We will have a public participation on agenda items come again in our regular council meeting. We're still in the Community Financing Authority meeting. But thank you for that. And we cannot respond to any of the comments made during public participation on non-agenda items. So take note of that if you see nothing from us. All right, ex-parte communications, there's no public hearings, no items continued from previous agendas. So items for discussion prior, hold on, did we switch from did I miss an adjournment of the meeting? That was,
Oh, we haven't adjourned yet.
okay, so these are all items on the,
Right now we're on referrals to staff.
Still, we have to-
okay. Why do I not see that? Okay, so referrals to staff on the Community Finance Authority.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember MD, a second by Councilmember Lowenstein. Any objections? No. All right, we are adjourned from the Community Finance Authority.
So I'll do roll call.
Yes.
Councilmember Nierenheim,
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein,
Here.
Councilmember Horvath,
Here.
Councilmember Empty,
Here.
Mayor Brand,
Here.
and Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Okay, great.
Hallelujah.
Take over. Thank you, Zane.
Thank you, Mayor.
Good evening, everybody. So sorry to miss the presentation to the girls. Breaks my heart. Go to the doctor. Most of you know I got cancer. I'm on chemo once a month. He tells me, Bill, okay, like, don't go hang out with 30 girls, please. Young girls, that's like the last thing you should be doing, but this is okay. So anyway, apologies for that. So we got a new system up here. Thank you, Councilmember Obaji, for taking over for me. I really appreciate that. We're working our way through the agenda, and I'm going to figure out where we are right now.
We're at blue folder
Blue
items.
folder items. Okay, yeah, we have, how many blue folder items do we have tonight?
We have 4. Do you want me to go ahead and read them?
There we go, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I have to read them, just need to admit them to the record, correct? Need a motion?
Correct. I can do that.
Move to the
So
record.
So H8, related to PCI striping and superior payment marking, the signed agreement. J1, which is public participation of non-agenda items, public communications. N1, which is submittal of letter of Los Angeles County Superior Holly Mitchell and the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority. It's a revised draft letter. And N2, discussion possible action regarding the pickleball feasibility study, public comments. And that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion to admit those to the record?
Second.
Okay, any objections? So ordered. Okay, blue folder items. Second, here we go. All right, next up is our consent calendar. These are items we normally vote on all at once. Tonight we have 16 items on consent.
Any member of the public can comment on any item. Any member can pull any item. I'll go through the council. Councilmember Nierenheim, is any consent calendar you'd like to pull tonight?
None tonight. Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
No, thank you.
And Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
I'd like to pull briefly item H11. Let's have a quick discussion about it. Great item. Otherwise, is anybody from the public like to comment on any consent calendar item other than item H11?
Okay, so I have, so anybody that would like, the public would like to speak related to this item, they come up to the podium. Otherwise, I don't have anyone raising their hand on Zoom.
Okay.
And then, do you have any comments?
I thought there was one on H8.
That's what I was
Or- Maybe I'm mistaken.
We have a lot of buttons here. Bear with us.
So we got a new system. In case you guys hadn't heard, this is all new. So we spent the 2 years. This is all new.
You just see it?
Our system's all new here. We don't print out 4-inch thick agendas anymore. So we're, although there's one outside, so we're figuring this out, even though we had a little test on
No free
Friday.
comments. Mayor,
Motion to
sorry.
approve
Okay.
consent calendar except for H11.
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar other than item H11, so I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, do you have to read some things?
Yes, so H7, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2205-023, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain property to Ho Hong, an individual DBA mini Chinese restaurant. We have H12, adopt by 4/5 vote and title only resolution number CC-2205-024, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a 2021-2022 fiscal year budget modification to appropriate $512,267 in harbor tideland funds from the unallocated fund balance. The Pier Railing Improvement Project job number 70360, and adopt by title only resolution number CC-2205-025, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, awarding a contract to Unix Construction, Inc., a California corporation, in the amount of $1,571,546 for the construction of Pier Railing Improvement Project job number 70360. H13, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2205-026, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, declaring its intent to order an assessment for the maintenance and improvements of certain streets, lighting fixtures, appurtenances, and landscape areas for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2022, and ending June 30th, 2023, and setting a time and place for the public protest hearing. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. The item I pulled, H11, about an ongoing contract we have with Lucci and Associates. Maybe, Mike, I'll just turn it over to you to describe it, because it's important. It's a very good way, new way we're developing to be much more efficient about getting simple work done by the city.
Right. Thank you, Mayor. And I've got to give credit to Ted Simon, our Public Works Director, and Andy Wingy, our city engineer. We've been doing more of these agreements to try to accelerate capital project delivery and to provide more regular on-call maintenance service. So everybody in the community knows how frustrating it can be to see a project designed and then ultimately built through our very bureaucratic bidding process. These types of on-call services allow us to expedite that design phase in particular, and in some instances, ultimately allow us to move forward more quickly with small task maintenance projects. So we have a number of these now deployed. We will continue to expand our repertoire of on-call contract services and maintenance providers to the extent we can. And the beautiful thing is we draw from the budget as needed on a task-by-task basis, but we have the agreement ready to go immediately. So you'll see more of these. You may have noticed over the past few agendas, more and more of them being recommended for approval. And really thank you to staff for being creative this way to try to expedite our service delivery here in town.
What used to happen, Mike?
Well, what would typically happen is we would have a dedicated project, we'd have appropriated funds, and then we would begin the process whenever there was a request, maybe it was a maintenance item, maybe it's a project. We would then bring a contractor in. We would perhaps go out to bid to develop competitive process to select a vendor or consultant. We bring that back to council for approval, and then there's an execution phase. And really just from request to execution of the agreement itself, sometimes could be 6 months. And by that point, there's already frustration building on our ability to actually expedite the work order, so to speak. So this allows us to bypass that entire process. And when we get a request for an item, it might be a civil contract to help us design a bulb out, or it might be an on-call maintenance provider to assist with installation of pedestrian lights or something of that nature. We are able to basically call them and check their availability and execute the work, as opposed to having to wait for a very bureaucratic process to ultimately execute a contract for service.
Well, so there's a limit, right? I mean, if it's a big project, obviously, you're going to get multiple bids.
Yeah, we might be able to deploy pre-engineers to help with the capital project that's large. But typically for, the transit center as an example, we're not going to have an on-call contractor build the transit center. We're going to have to go through a design process, bring somebody in, have plans and specifications approved. It depends on the size and scope. It's what's allowed for our abilities under the Muni Code. We have certain limitations for what we call maintenance work versus capital project work. And it really depends on available resources. We have a lot of CIP resources available to us, so we have a lot more opportunity and flexibility to deploy work more quickly.
Okay. How do I determine if someone from the council wants to comment?
I put on withdrawal request. There should be something on there.
It's not working yet.
Yeah,
Not working yet?
Is it on are you on PC mode,
Yep.
Mayor?
Yep.
We tried to troubleshoot it before the meeting started.
Oh, so it's not
Well,
working.
first, let me just ask anybody from the public want to comment on this? Or is there any comment online? I doubt it. Yeah. Okay. So again, how do I tell if a council member wants?
Here, Brad, at the bottom of your screen, do you see a button that says speakers
Oh, view
View
speakers.
speakers,
Oh, yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Ah,
Click on that?
Nils Narenheim. There you go, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. So can we start integrating, since we have a large amount of requests for public works projects from engineering wise, from traffic, infrastructure, can we just start integrating these with some of these projects rather than us continually doing this and straining our staff?
Yes, absolutely. We're actively looking and seeking more on-call consulting service, particularly in the area of civil engineering and design. So when it comes to traffic calming as an example, which is always a big one for us, we're bringing more vendors in, and we'll continue to bring them in as available. You've got another contract. You have 2 striping contracts that you just approved through the consent calendar for on-call striping providers. Same kind of concept, although on the maintenance side versus perhaps the engineering design side.
But striping is the actual work. I'm talking about the actual engineering.
Yeah, it's same thing. It just falls under the engineering or consulting services category versus a maintenance
So
provider.
this is on call versus individual.
Yes, correct.
Okay, now I understand. Okay.
Councilmember Obaji.
I guess in that same vein, to what extent can we, well, I guess we have a huge backlog on the capital improvements plan, right? Where we've allocated money, but we haven't been able to roll out these projects. So to what extent, rather than extending the contract for an additional 100,000, could we extend it for an additional 200,000 and double or triple the amount of work that we're able to get through?
Well, we could. I think what we're bringing to you is sort of a tangible, kind of bite-sized, manageable on-call provider. At the end of the day, we can't just let consultants manage projects, right? We have to still have on-call. We have to have our own personnel supervise their work effort, make sure they're performing under the scope of services called for in the contract, make sure they're performing the work that we desire. So we have to manage span of control. This expands our span of control, but we still need the administrative oversight. So what you'll see from us in the proposed budget is probably, can't commit to it exactly yet, but you'll see a recommendation, I think, for us to expand some of our own personnel who would be charged against capital project funding to actually increase our administrative span of control within the city to help assist that effort.
Got it. All right. Motion to approve H11.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to approve H11. Another roll call vote. Councilmember Nairnheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Can you repeat who seconded that motion, please?
I did.
Councilmember Horvath?
Thank you.
Okay, you don't have to read that, right?
No.
So, public participation on non-agenda items. This is the opportunity for the public to talk about anything that is not on our agenda. Everybody gets 3 minutes. I guess we're going to get cards. Council can't comment on, whatever your issue is because it's not on the agenda. It's part of the Brown Act. So, but we can put it on the agenda later, like towards the end of the meeting, we'll decide, oh, hey, I liked what that person talked about, or we have a concern about, and we'll vote to put it on the next agenda. We can have a discussion about it, but we're prohibited from talking about something that hasn't been noticed. So first up is Alan Kleinbaum, and after Alan is Wayne Craig. And then anybody after that. You don't have to turn in a card.
Oh,
But it can't be on the agenda.
and there's a timer up on the, just so you know.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. What a pleasure to be here. We're all back again. It's nice to be able to do that. How exciting. I'm here, I'm a 35-year resident of Redondo Beach, and I'm also one of the public safety commissioners. And I'm here to talk about public safety in the streets, traffic for pedestrians. And I have a large dog, and I walk him several hours a day, every day now for the last 12 years. And it can get kind of dangerous crossing intersections because the traffic, it doesn't stop, it just ignores you. And it frequently walk by the Paris Middle School, and when the parents come to pick up their children, they're distracted. They're looking at their children, they're thinking in other things. And so you'll see an intersection with a stop sign in front of the school, and I try to go across, and the cars don't see me, and I've had actually cars almost run right into me. I'd have to like jump out of the way. And so the common denominator is the excessive speed and distracted driving. And it's also, I live near Torrance Boulevard and PCH, and over the years, there's been hundreds of accidents, people killed and injured there. And I think we need to take a different approach to safety for the pedestrians walking in the streets and also for other motorists. Putting up stop signs at every intersection in the city doesn't solve the problem. As a matter of fact, I think it makes it even worse because there used to be very few stop signs in the city, and over the years, they've added more and more and more. We've added hundreds of stop signs, and I'm just an observation. I would say 99 out of 100 cars in the city do not come to a full stop at the stop sign. So we need to look at a different approach. If we're not going to enforce these stop signs, there's no point in having them. So perhaps maybe the stop signs should be removed, or the police should enforce them. I don't think that's solving the problem. Perhaps lowering the speed limit to 20 miles an hour, and also being more serious about having distracted drivers. Distracted means people looking on their cell phones and sending text messages while they're driving instead of paying attention to the road. So I would like the city to give more thought into doing something about these stop signs that nobody obeys, or almost hardly anybody obeys, and it's not really contributing to safety. And that's what I have to say for this evening. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for your service on the commission.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Wayne Craig. I've been a longtime resident, and I just celebrated my birthday, which happened to be the same day that the city of Redondo Beach was founded. I know I said there a year, but it's fun. I'm also pleased that after 2.5 years, the City Council decided to put our firefighter first responders and public safety, make them a priority. You did this by authorizing a $30,000 in-depth study that will ensure we have a top-notch department and staffing. It was also refreshing to hear Acting Fire Chief Kaufman condemn some politicians who were dangerously leaking selected portions of the study in advance for political purposes. Instead of printing full excerpts so residents can get an accurate summary of the alarming report, they were spinning parts to justify failed past policy decisions and protect the former fire chief. I also want to thank our city clerk for finally releasing the Kaufman-Castro confidential fire report. This was after I made a public records request to review it, nearly 5 months after it was turned in. What a coincidence it was then put on the city council agenda. In closing, I want the public to put the $30,000 price tag for this study in perspective. which for years I know has upset council members Empey and Horvath due to the cost. On the agenda tonight, we have an item the city has already spent $15,000 to study and allocated another $50,000 for construction. Now, if all the locations studied on this agenda item are built, it would cost over $1.3 million to the city. Now, what was this item tonight that these two council members felt was more important to push while being staunchly against the fire study for the last 2.5 years? Pickleball. Think about that for a minute. The most important for these council members for the last 2.5 years wasn't public safety or fire department, it was pickleball. Now, being here tonight, I'm really happy for the first time in person to see that we have a city council that is resident-centric, and this recently happened because of the last March 2021 election. And obviously, we're looking for more good things to keep coming for residents for a change. And again, I'm glad we're in person now, and nice chamber, and look forward to seeing you guys again soon. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak about anything that is not already on the agenda? Come on down.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Rolf Stretzenberg. Welcome back, everybody. Good to see you in person, especially in Robaji, your first time here. Oh, I wanted that button to work so bad. There it goes. There it goes. It's kind of slow, but this is why I wanted to come up here, because this is awesome. A little slow. It's like my desk at home, but there you go. Now we're talking. Anyway, welcome back, everybody. It's great to see you all.
Ralph's one of our school board members, for those who don't know.
Redondo Beach, 65-year resident. If you don't believe it, yes. This is I love how the new council chamber looks. Although I do miss the old roll call vote board that used to be sitting over here. Was there the first time I came to a city council meeting way back when Mayor Zuliger was the mayor. So he says, yes, I go back that far. He says, I'd like to, Councilman Abachi, I'd like to congratulate you on coming into District 4. It's my first chance to congratulate you. And I says, this place looks great. And I'm really proud and really happy to be helpful. And one thing is, be careful on gun safety, or this might happen.
Well, good to see you, Rita. Okay, anyone else like to speak on non-agenda items?
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm really nervous, really nervous. I am here to advocate for a law on fencing for dogs. The pit bull next door to me has jumped the fence repeatedly for 2 years. It has chased people, it has charged people, and it has just run about. Oftentimes it runs on my property. I have sent, last year it attacked an Amazon driver, and after that incident, a police officer told me that they have to witness the violation before they can issue a citation for a leash law. And so I learned that nothing can be done. The dog comes onto my property and keeps jumping the fence. I know this is hard to see, but this is a photo of their fence. It's a chain link fence, and it's about 43 inches tall. I wrote a letter. The city sent out somebody to look at the fence in 2021. Throughout the year, the dog jumped the fence. January 30th, when the Rams played the 49ers, the dog jumped the fence and chased a delivery guy, which happened to be caught on my Ring camera. Then the dog ran into my backyard, chasing a cat. Then he ran out across my lawn, ran out into the street and hit the side of a passing car, and then continued to keep running. And the whole time I'm screaming for the owners to get their dog. So after that incident, I sent a bunch of videos to the city attorney, to animal control, and to the property owner, just requesting a proper fence be built for the dog. I feel sorry for the dog. Anyways, March 2nd, animal control came out. He shook the fence. He walked down my property line. He went up to the door, and within 5 minutes, he was gone. March 18th, the dog jumped the fence and attacked a woman and her dog. the pit bull owner said, oh, they were just barking at each other as he's dragging his dog back onto the sidewalk. And then he said, it bit my dog too. But the woman, she didn't want to do anything because she didn't want to get him in trouble. So we don't have a victim. And then April 19th, May 19th, it jumped the fence and attacked the postman. And I went down to the police department, talked to the watch commander, and he told me that it was a neighbor dispute and I needed to get a restraining order. And I don't know if he knows, but you cannot, a dog is property, and a property cannot be presented in a restraining order. So what am I going to do? Throw a piece of paper at the dog? So all I really want is to start something to get proper fencing. Thank you very much.
Hey, will you send me an email to bill.brand@redondo.org?
I will. Thank you.
Anybody can do that, bill.brand@redondo.org. And I'll forward it to our city manager and city attorney and follow up.
They know me. Thank you.
What was your name again? I'm sorry.
It's Pamela Verinder.
Okay, thanks for coming down, Pamela. That doesn't sound like fun. Anyone online like to comment under non-agenda
Yes, I
items?
have a couple on Zoom. So Craig Calderwelder.
I think he commented on what he wanted to.
Yeah, and I'd just like to straighten that up, and I apologize. I misunderstood what was mentioned, that it was item K on the agenda, and I wanted to speak on item J. So that confusion confused me, but I don't think I used the full 3 minutes. But Craig Cadwalder speaking on behalf of Surfrider South Bay, and just expressing support again for AB 2140, Assemblymember Maritsuchi's bill, co-authored by Senator Allen. This does return control locally to your city to decide by resolution whether to renew the once-through cooling permit. So I strongly urge everyone to reach out and support that if you're so inclined. I think it's very good for the city and very positive. The bill was modified to focus on Huntington Beach, Long Beach, Oxnard, and Redondo Beach specifically. So it's been modified slightly, but does return the power to your hands. And I think it's an excellent bill, and kudos to Assemblymember Maritsuchi. Sorry for speaking twice, but the confusion earlier confused me as well. So thank you for allowing me to talk.
Good, thank you.
Next person is Barbara Epstein.
Oh, hello, everyone. This is Barbara Epstein. I wanted to be with you tonight at the premiere of our refurbished council chambers, but I couldn't make it. I'm asking the council and people who got my email today, what I'm requesting is some help. The family of my friend Lillian Light and I want to donate a bench to Wilderness Park where she used to teach sharing nature with children through the Audubon Society for many, many years. And I've had difficulty getting a bench ordered and arranged. So I'm asking for your help if there's anything you could do to expedite it. Our friend Lillian has been a treasure for the environment for as long as I've known her, since the 1980s. And we would like to honor her with this bench. So if I may ask, please check your email that I sent earlier today, and that will have all the details. And thanks again, congratulations on our new council chambers.
Thank you, Barbara. Anyone else?
No e-comments. That's it.
Okay, so that wraps up non-agenda items. Next up is item N1. It's discussion and possible action on submittal of a letter to our new Los Angeles County Supervisor, Holly Mitchell, and Metropolitan Transportation Authority. She's a board member, regarding the Green Line extension to Torrance, the project. It's just been in the works for many, many, many years. I guess I'll turn it over to Luke or Mike.
I'll go ahead and take that, Mayor. Director Brandy Forbes, Director of Community Development. At the beginning of last year, LA County Metro reinitiated the California Environmental Act, or CEQA, environmental review of the Metro C Green Line extension to Torrance project. At that time, the city authorized an official comment letter addressing community concerns with the alignment alternative along the existing rail right-of-way, and the recommendation, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little crackly, but yeah.
Okay. Here, I can do this for just a few minutes. Along the existing right-of-way and recommended the elevated alignment along Hawthorne Boulevard. That letter was approved by the City Council of March 16th of last year, and then was submitted to Metro before their deadline for their scoping comment letter timeframe. Since submitting the letter due to the census redistricting, the LA County Supervisor Holly Mitchell became the new representative for the city of Redondo Beach due to census redistricting. To update Supervisor Mitchell on the community concerns for the right-of-way alignment, on March 15th, the City Council made a referral to staff to prepare a letter to update her on the city's perspective on the project and to invite her to a site visit with the city's elected officials. Subsequent to that referral, Metro held a site visit with the community on April 11th of this year, which drew approximately 50 residents and local officials, I believe the mayor, council member Narenheim, and council member Obagi. Additional concerns were raised during the walkthrough of the area, and a draft letter has been provided that incorporates those additional concerns that were raised. The Councilmember Obagi did submit a revised letter that was in the blue folder, so you can consider that as you evaluate and discuss the draft letter, recommend any revisions, and consider authorizing its submittal to Supervisor Mitchell and to Metro.
Well, thanks, Brandy. What is the time frame on this? Because I'm still getting suggestions about added to the letter. Literally, I got one from Nikki and Holly Osborne an hour ago.
Yeah, so there was an amended letter that was a blue folder item that was
I saw that.
submitted by
Still
Councilmember
getting letters.
Obagi.
Still getting letters.
Yeah, so it doesn't have to be finalized tonight. There isn't a deadline. This was just an additional follow-up. Metro is still working on the draft EIR, which isn't expected anytime soon. So we have the time to get this to them. But, certainly this was a referral to staff, and the interest was to bring this back when we could fit it into the agenda.
Yeah, okay, so thank you for that, Brandy. What I would say then is probably should let these comments keep coming in. Plus, they have another meet up and walk on Wednesday, May 11th at 2:15 at Ruxton and Rockefeller. And Metro's going to be there, and I guess they'll do another little meet up and walk people through. So it might be better, it's just my suggestion, go ahead and let that happen. Look at these comments. There'll be more comments and bring it back on the 17th. And then, that might be a better time to do this. Things will be more solid. Otherwise, whatever you guys want to do, have a discussion, but something to consider because it might, if there's not some big time.
Yeah, there's no time crunch, Mayor. We can bring this back on the 17th. You can take public input tonight, get some more comments, and collect more over the next 2 weeks. We can bring them back first meeting of June. We should try to
take long because then everybody would have had the chance.
Yeah, no rush here.
Yeah. Okay.
Very good.
All right. Excuse me, Councilmember Obagi.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So I did revise the letter a bit, which we can see on I guess I put it in the blue folder. If anybody has any feedback on that, I guess you can't email me, so feel free to tell me here. I'm happy to make any changes to it, and I've seen some of the comments that have come in. I did go on the walk, and for the folks who are not familiar with the issue, why this should concern us all, even if you don't live near the Green Line, is that if there's something adverse occurring at the county level that's going to affect your neighborhood, you would want all of Redondo to come to fight for you and the city council to step up for you. So I think that's what we're doing here. And in case you are not aware, the train that currently runs down the right-of-way, the metro right-of-way, runs about 2 times a day, carries fuel, cars, etc. Not really a problem. I mean, it certainly shocks you when you hear the train wheels rolling down, and then you hear it blast its horn. The folks who live there have dealt with that. They thought it was going to go away, but they've dealt with that long enough. Now, Metro is planning on potentially running 2 Metro trains down the right-of-way next to those train tracks, moving the train tracks closer to their homes to run 2 additional light rail tracks next to them, and maybe underground the light rail tracks at 182nd and maybe other locations so that they don't have to sound their horn every time they cross the street intersection. Otherwise, they're going to have literally whistles every 10 minutes all day long, every single day from, I think it's 5 a.m. to 12 a.m., something like that. So some extended hours that are ridiculous. Another thing to think about is when you see these trains, which we do in North Redondo, when you see these trains passing by, they're huge and they're carrying tanks of oil on them. So they're extremely heavy. And imagine if they underground the light rail at the intersections, you're going to have a very heavy train right here and a very steep drop to the light rails that are underground about 30 feet. And Metro has done, as far as we know to date, no analysis as to the geology of whether it could possibly tolerate, even the land could tolerate there, that heavy weight right next to a huge retaining wall. It's dangerous, it's scary for folks who live near there. It's going to bring the train even closer to them. You ask Metro, hey, why are you bringing the train closer to the homes rather than the other way, pushing it east? Oh, because there's a park there, is what they said. Now, why is it okay to push it closer to the homes but not closer to the El Nido Park? That doesn't make any sense. So what we want to do in this letter, what my goal is for the council members in this letter, is to bring to light all of the statements made by Metro to us. Now, are the facts written in a report that the Metro, if it ran down Hawthorne Boulevard, would get more ridership, more usership than if it ran down Metro? I'm not sure if it is, but they said it at that meeting, and an agent of Metro's word is binding on the agency. And maybe the supervisor doesn't know that fact, but that's our role, is to bring to light to the supervisor in a credible medium those facts of which we are becoming aware. Another thing that we learned is that if they underground the light rail on the Metro right-of-way, it's going to take just as long as building the elevated track on Hawthorne Boulevard. That means that there is no time savings. We're not going to get it done. If we're going to get it done before the Olympics, it's going to get done at the same pace regardless of whether it's undergrounded on the right-of-way or it's done down Hawthorne Boulevard. In addition, from a land standpoint, I understand that the other cities, neighboring cities on Hawthorne Boulevard will let Metro build there. I don't think there's a huge land acquisition cost associated with going down Hawthorne Boulevard. There might be some associated with building up elevated, but I can't believe it's that much different than building below. And when we have lives at stake and livelihoods and people resting in their homes, I don't think the cost should be the number one thing that Metro takes into consideration. So there's a bunch of other concerns that the staff did a really good job of laying out here in this letter. What I'd say generally more on the procedural side is when staff is writing letters, please use shorter sentences, avoid the passive voice. As a person who writes day in, day out for my profession, those are just a couple of my tips. But generally, very good job on this, and thank you for putting it together. So that's all.
Okay, Councilmember Nairnheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. When did you say that their walk was? May 11th? May 11th. At what time?
2:30 at 2:15 at Ruxton and 182nd.
Okay. Yeah, I went on that walk and
Ruxton and Rockefeller.
Ruxton and Rockefeller.
Metro's going to be there. It's at 2:15.
Mayor, do you know if anybody has invited Supervisor Mitchell for that?
I
Or would
don't
you,
know.
would you want us to, we could reach out to her?
Yeah,
Yeah.
have her staff come. That's a great idea.
You know, I showed up for a couple of reasons, and I wasn't that familiar with the site and with things that were going on. And just as we were there, we had a large freight train come through, and the noise from that freight train was, the fact that there's residences backed up right to that, and then they want to move it 11 feet, 1 to 11 feet, or 1 to 12 feet closer, was pretty eye-opening. And one thing I'll just say to the residents is, I heard a lot of comments from the residents out there that they felt that this wasn't going to make a difference, these walks or the comments or things that they were doing. In fact, there was one lady in particular that really felt like it wasn't worth spending all this time and effort with. And I reminded this person and other people that the way I got here in this seat was making something happen. And in fact, the only reason why we were going down this path and having these meetings was because Mayor Brand and others have really pushed these different alternatives forward other than going down the right of way. And you're getting changes. Things are happening because of it. So you're not powerless at all. We're making a big difference on the situation. And I really, the letter's a great letter. I learned a lot. So if you guys have the time to go do the walk wherever you are from Redondo Beach, go do it, because it will affect you wherever you are in Redondo. It can't go down the right of way. It really just can't. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Great job on the letter and great job on the revisions. Just one thing, the housekeeping issue on page 2 under CC, it has our name, well, it has city council members, Mike Witzansky. It has Roybal Saltarelli. This is on the May 3rd letter. It's Dolores Roybal Saltarelli. You only have her last name, so I just wanted to make sure we got that. In following up with what council members Nierenheim and Obaji said, I know many of us don't live near that area, but many of us did vote for measures M and R. I'm a big supporter of public transportation. However, I find it obscene that Metro would consider running trains every 7 minutes behind somebody's house. Think about that, if that were your house. If the vibrations of the track came along, if the clanging of a light rail vehicle came by your house every 7 minutes, how would you react to that? And think about the loss of property value of a house you'd maybe been there for 30 or 35 years. Think about that. Think how important that might be. Like I said, many of us voted for those measures, but the problem with Metro is they seem to not listen to people and not know, honestly, where to route things. When I told them at a meeting where the biggest job centers were, like Playa Vista over behind Loyola Marymount and El Segundo and downtown, they looked at me like deer in the headlights. They didn't realize that those were the job centers. And that's why we can't get enough people riding public transit, is Metro needs to hear input from people. They need to hear input from you all, because you're residents of Redondo Beach, but you're also taxpayers. So I would hope that perhaps not only that would you write Supervisor Mitchell, but also write Metro and tell them or ask them to consider putting it down in an elevated track down Hawthorne. It'll also feed the redeveloped South Bay Galleria. That's great for business, and keeping it away from home. So I know a lot of you are out here for other issues, but consider commenting on that. We're doing it unified as a council, and I would appreciate it if people both at home and in the audience would consider writing both of those entities. So thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I just want to let my colleagues know that since the last time we had a meeting, I had a meeting with Supervisor Mitchell's transportation deputy, who I got to know while I was the chair of the transportation committee at the COG. And I thought it was a positive meeting. Supervisor Mitchell is not only the newest supervisor, but now she's also our supervisor since we redistricted. So I found that that it sounds like Supervisor Mitchell is actually, and her team is leaning towards an elevated portion on Hawthorne, which was really positive news to hear. And, you know, I've also spoken with Supervisor Hahn and also Board Member Butts, who also represents South Bay. So I think, you know, to the point that Councilmember Lowenstein made, sometimes Metro staff takes a very, very different outlook on things. And I think, you know, it can be understandable why a staff position may be one way. But I found over the years that advocating directly to the board members does make a difference. And if we don't have any, if Torrance, say, was to join us in that advocacy, considering they're the next town over, it's helpful to build a coalition, and I think we will get there. We've been doing meetings with the residents and with Metro now for about 5 years on this, and we're making a lot of movement. As a matter of fact, I think there's more discussion about Hawthorne Boulevard and an elevated situation than there was even just 2 years ago. So I would just keep up the advocacy. I think we're doing well.
Yeah, I would just wrap it up by saying this process absolutely matters. I know people are frustrated. You go out there and go, oh, yeah, these people came out to talk to us and they're just listening to us and, you know, they're writing things down, but the decision's already been made because, you know, the rail line's there already and they've been planning this. We're building the transit center right now, right along that right of way. So, you know, Metro's got the idea that this, well, that this has been decided. We decided where to put the transit center, like, what, 12 years ago? At least. And I was here, and that, you know, where the line was going to be routed was not the discussion. And so we didn't decide where this line was going when we decided where to put the station was. The location of the station was for a lot of reasons, and it took a long time. So I just want to encourage everybody to continue to participate because there is a way to run it down Hawthorne Boulevard. By the way, the red cars used to go down Hawthorne Boulevard, which is why it is so wide. Amazing the transit system we had all throughout Los Angeles and Orange County back when we're trying to recreate now. But I absolutely participate in the process. In fact, if you want to get on the email list of Metro on this, email greenlineextension@metro.net. All one word, greenlineextension@metro.net. And yeah, you can just Google it too, but you just email them and go at Greenline Extension at metro.net and say, I want to be added to the list, and boom, if you're interested, you'll get every communication that they send to everybody, and then you can comment easily. So don't think these processes don't matter. In fact, the reason they're talking about elevated at Hawthorne Boulevard was because of our concern that came originally from the residents, and why aren't you considering running it down Hawthorne Boulevard? So it absolutely matters. Otherwise, I mean, they weren't even going to study it. They were just going to do an EIR down the right of way. So it was a bit of a fight to get them to look at Hawthorne Boulevard. And now it's rising and rising and rising. And it's all because of resident participation. So absolutely do that. And that was kind of it. So any public comment?
Rita Loy, Redondo Beach again. It says, a lot of people tend to forget, because it's been a while, that was the main line for the edge of Topeka, Santa Fe into the Los Angeles harbor. And when they built the Alameda corridor, the traffic that used to go down that line, which was running somewhere 20, 30 trains a day at times, went over to the Alameda corridor. That's what made that line basically not used. I mean, that problem is it's been long enough people have forgotten about and don't want to mention that that line used to be a lot busier than what it was. Now, it's been cut into pieces by LAX, so no traffic can come down from the north to the south. Yes, my opinion too, yes, it should go down Hawthorne Boulevard. That was the Pacific Electric right-of-way. They used to veer off at 182nd. If you look way Kingsdale and 182nd goes, right there used to be the Pacific Electric station and substation. substation provides the power for the track, anything going down the line. And it says, but that went out in 1941. Just right. If it would have lasted 6 months longer, it would still been around until at least like 1950. But part of the problem with that can blame to an accident that happened at Vineyard Junction, which is San Vicente Boulevard and Venice Boulevard, where the second biggest train accident in the history of Los Angeles County happened. So the only thing that beat it was Metrolink collision in Chatsworth.
Wanted to comment just briefly. I did the walkthrough when they did the first tour of the site, and interestingly enough, one of the people from Metro Line was telling me that when I started talking about the impact of the people's property values, he actually started arguing and saying that, no, it'll improve your value. In fact, I bought my house next to a rail line because it was very convenient, it'll improve property value. I said, that doesn't make sense. And he was arguing with it further. And I said, well, I'm in the real estate business. That's not true. Now, interestingly enough, right after that, I actually was showing a property in West LA right next to the yellow line. And I made a video of it, and I actually gave it to the Redondo Beach Coalition group that actually lives right next to the site. Now, this is 60 feet away from the train. "60 feet. So the people who live there will see this about 6 times an hour. I think we figured it out. It's 120 times a day. That's nuts. And I know some people are saying, well, you bought a house next to the railroad tracks. But no, you bought it because they were actually talking about phasing it out, and the train only goes by once, maybe twice a day. So this is really an important issue for all of Redondo to get behind, and I'm really happy the whole council is united against this. And really everything we can do to convince our county supervisors to do something about this and move it down Hawthorne Boulevard makes a lot of sense. And as you, I think one of the persons mentioned earlier, when we were talking to the gentleman about moving it down Hawthorne, they were like, huh? And then they made an excuse saying that, well, it's going to cost money because we have to connect it because there's another commercial line down the street. And I said, but what about all these people's homes? There's over 100 and something homes right here. I mean, would you want to live there? Again, I'm glad that the council is united against this. And like I said, you can go to the video, they have it uploaded on their site. I did a kind of a sequence, but every 10 minutes that would be happening in both directions. It's loud, 60 feet away. Thanks.
Okay, anyone else?
Hi, it's Alan Kleinbaum again. Isn't there like, I'm sure when the Metro goes in and they do projects, it takes a long time and there's a lot of planning and there's an approval process and it has a calendar and maybe the public isn't aware or maybe the individual cities that are affected aren't aware of it and then before you know it, it all gets approved and then you can't do anything because it's too late. So could we possibly get more visibility on the gates where different things are approved so the public and the city can step in and make some comments to prevent undesirable events from occurring? Thank you.
Yeah, we have some of that on our website, but you do have to sign up to get the information. They always give notice. You want to learn more about it, you certainly can, and they will send you information every single step of the way. We've been talking about this for a while, and I don't know, Brandy, maybe you want to say where they are in the process. I know they're working on the EIR, and that's next.
Yeah, they're working on the draft EIR. I think that's going to go through this year. And when that is released, at that point, they have a comment period on that draft. They do have to respond to each of the comments in their final EIR. But that draft EIR is looking at the various alignments and the environmental impacts of each.
So an EIR stands for Environmental Impact Report. Most of you probably heard that, but it's required by state law. Anytime you do anything, you got to follow CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act, and this is such a big project, they have to do what we say, a full-blown EIR. which means they got to look at everything and they got to take all the comments and they got to respond to all the comments. They got to identify the impacts and they got to mitigate the impacts if they can. And then it's got to be approved by an agency, which in this case is the Metro Board. So right now they're doing what's called the draft EIR. And so they'll issue a draft EIR whenever, I don't know, fall, I think they were saying, next year. Anyway, when the draft comes out, we will have like 30 days or 60 days to comment, so will everybody else. And then they have to go prepare answers to all those comments. But right now what they're doing is they're studying it. What are going to be the impacts? So this is exactly the time for people to be commenting and taking an active role and doing what everybody's doing and what Councilmember Horvath's doing and what others are doing, talking to people. So it's the process. And if they finalize the EIR and you don't like it, then you can sue them. Don't we know about that? So, yeah. But mostly you want to get involved in the process, learn about it, and participate if you're excited about it and want to have an impact. So, but again, go to, what was that? Green Line Extension. I think hang on one second. You just got to email them and tell them you want to be on it. It's greenlineextension@metro.net. So Alan, if you just go home and send an email to greenlineextension@metro.net, go, hey, please put me on your information. Boom, you'll start getting emails and deadlines and everything else. We have it on our website too. So Councilmember Obaji.
I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Councilmember Narenheim and Mayor Brand for coming out to that. This is kind of peculiarly a North Redondo issue. So thank you all for stepping it up and coming out and supporting the 60+ residents who showed up on that Monday afternoon. That's not an easily timed thing to make. So thanks for that. I'd make a motion to continue this to the next city council meeting.
Wait, are there public comments online?
There's still public comments.
Oh, there are.
Anybody else want to comment here in the audience? Feel
So I
free
have
to.
a Zoom,
Zoom.
Sarah Mann.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me comment. I just wanted to share that Breakwater Village will be hosting Metro that same afternoon. That's Wednesday, May 11th. The meeting starts at 2:30 with registration at 2:15. Breakwater Village is a senior condominium community. We have 191 owned units. I believe we are the largest community on the right-of-way. We're literally within 20 feet, less than 20 feet from the right-of-way on the west side. Because it's more challenging to walk the right-of-way between Artesia and Grant bridges, we're hosting this in our community room at Breakwater Village. We will be Metro will be present, and they promise to have adequate staff. We're going to be breaking into small groups so that our residents, who again are folks over 55, our oldest member of our community is 96, will be coming down, those that are available. We're breaking into smaller groups to talk about how putting the extension on the right-of-way will impact them and their lives. Breakwater Village is set up back off of Artesia. It is church quiet there. People move there because of how quiet it is. And yes, we do have the freight train that runs back and forth, but again, it's not every 6 to 10 minutes over 20 hours a day, which is what we're looking at. So we are happy. We do invite anyone from, of course, the Mayor Brand, Councilmember Obaji, and we're happy to extend the invitation to Supervisor Mitchell as well. If you want to hear what seniors in your community that would be directly impacted by this project have to say about it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Sarah Mann.
My name is Sarah May.
Yeah. Hi,
And
Sarah. Are you aware that Metro has put out a flyer? They don't mention Breakwater Village. They just tell everybody to meet on the corner of Rexton and Rockefeller.
That flyer is put out by Nikki. I have a flyer that says Breakwater Village as well. We're going to be opening ours up not only to Breakwater Village, but to our two neighboring condominium or townhome complexes, Rexton Gate and the one just south of that. I don't know what their name is, so that they can join us in our community room to have Metro listen to their comments. Again, it's not like the walk that was done last month. You can't really just walk along the line. We actually have a door right out onto the right of way. No, we don't use it. And from our stairwells, 2 of our stairwells, you can look down and see exactly how close the right of way is to our community.
So the flyer I'm looking at was not put out by Nikki, it was put out by Metro. And they say Wednesday, May 11th, 2:30 to 3:30, corner of Rexton and Rockefeller Lane. Again, this is by Metro.
That's right next to Breakwater Village.
Well, I understand that, but what Sarah is saying, that come meet inside Breakwater Village, we're going to break up into groups. This is not what Metro is advertising. It's not the way I read it. Comfortable,
Okay.
weather-appropriate clothing and shoes are recommended. We anticipate the walk will take approximately 1 hour to complete. So you might want to talk to them about what they're advertising to the public and what you're expecting.
I think the reason for that, Mayor Brand, is that we are, as a senior community, we can't just open our doors up to the entire public. It would be by invitation only for Breakwater Village. And again, Metro will be there. We're extending it to our 2 townhome communities next to us because we're all the same distance away from the right of way.
So are there going to be 2 meetings then, or is there going to be a group from Metro hosting your meeting in Breakwater and then another Metro group out doing a walk?
Yes, sir, that's exactly correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So one of the most important things, Sarah, is make sure that Metro brings 2 scribes, one for your group and one for the other group, because we had a huge 60 people at the last walk. They only brought 1 scribe and they had to break us up. There were so many people into 2 groups, so the scribe couldn't be with all of us. And the idea behind these outreach efforts is to gather all of the comments that are being made by all the residents who live nearby, and they can't do that if there's only 1 scribe and 2 groups.
That's a great call out. Thank you. And plus, since we're breaking into smaller groups, we'll go out throughout our community. I know you've been to Councilmember Obaji. We can sit out by the barbecue, by the pool, wherever, so the groups can have that opportunity to talk through this. How will this impact their lives?
Great. Thanks for your activism.
Yeah, thanks for your leadership.
I appreciate it.
Okay, and we have a couple of e-comments.
Okay, submitted by Roger Carlson. I'm in favor of the Green Line coming to the Redondo Transit Center and along the existing rail line. Connecting Metro Rail to the bus network significantly improves the public transportation network, and the Green Line station will be a gateway to LAX. For several years, I commuted from Redondo to Pasadena by Metro Rail and bus. Poor connections in the system added 10 to 20 minutes walking time at several stations, making transit inefficient, making my commute longer, and reducing my safety by putting me on long walks at night. Don't do this in Redondo. And for the last years, I commuted to Oakland weekly by plane. On Friday nights, my wait for an Uber and my Uber ride home would be much longer than my plane flight. A Green Line station in Redondo would open up LAX for Redondo residents. Next comment submitted by Nikki Negretti Mitchell. Hello, I want to thank you for getting this letter together for our new to us county supervisor. Back on February 17th, as a group Right of Say, RBQOL, we met with Supervisor Mitchell's staff. It was just a basic introductory where we presented our position with the Green Line and to affirm the Hawthorne Boulevard elevated route. We were told that our concerns will be run by the supervisor. Later, we reached out on Facebook, I'm assuming, and got a similar canned answer. But that's okay since we understand it's a new relationship and Supervisor Mitchell is not so familiar with our specific situation. We've been giving it a little time, which by now has been fairly ample. My question to you all, including the mayor, I've been wondering since the beginning of the new districting if Supervisor Mitchell may possibly lean toward deferring this Torrance extension of the Green Line project back to Supervisor Hahn, since she is still Torrance's county supervisor, and it's been her project all along. Also, since she's very familiar with Redondo. Obviously, the two will need to partner on it. Should we be reaching out to Janice Hahn as well? Speaking of Green Line, I'd like to announce we have just finalized our next right-of-way West Walk 2.0 with Metro to be on Wednesday, May 11th at 2:30 to walk in the neighborhood between Artesia and Grant. I will forward info to all of you. Anyone can read more by going to Rights of Say, RIGHTOFSAY.com/events. Next comment is submitted by Michael Garland. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for submitting still another letter supporting the position of the overwhelming majority of the impacted residents that the Green Line extension be built down Hawthorne Boulevard in the elevated position. If the extension is built along the right-of-way, the impacts to hundreds of northern Redondo residents would be devastating. In response to some concerns about the connectivity of the buses to the trains, Metro has already said that most, if not all, buses that would stage out of the new transit center can be routed to a Galleria stop on Hawthorne Boulevard. Finally, the letter states that over 50 residents attended that most recent Metro walk along the right-of-way through the Franklin Park neighborhood. I had the count at over 70 attendees, and that was on a Monday during spring break. Another walk is coming next week. I'm going to refresh really quick to make sure we don't have another one. That concludes comments for N1.
Okay. No speakers. Is there any motion then?
A motion to continue this actually 2 weeks to our meeting May 17th so that we can revise the letter any further with comments from the public as well as with comments made at those additional walks.
I'll second that. Can you email the Word document that you used?
Yes, I'll email the Word document right now to all the council members so that everybody has a copy of it and can bring their edits to the next meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion by Councilmember Obaji, actually seconded by Councilmember Horvath. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Ehrenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Alonsi.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember MD. Okay, there you go. On to the next item. Discussion and possible, thank you, Brandy.
Yeah, thank you.
Discussion and possible action regarding the pickleball feasibility study. Receive and file this study and the input from the Recreation and Parks Commission and community and provide direction on any additional locations. Director of our Community Services and Recreation.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as we've seen in communities all over the place, pickleball is really a sport that's just exploding in popularity. So what we've really tried to do is do a lot of community outreach with the pickleball community, with residents in general, and with our Recreation and Parks Commission to really bring some input to you tonight for consideration. Giving the presentation tonight is our Senior Management Analyst, Kelly Orta. And with that, I will turn things over to her.
There it goes. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. So I'm just going to jump right into our presentation here. Some really brief background information. If you remember, in the current fiscal year, we had a budget allocation of $65,000, which was total for pickleball, which includes $15,000 for a feasibility study and then an additional $50,000 that can be allocated towards the construction of a future location. And so at that time, Hirsch and Associates was selected to complete the study, and the Parks and Recreation Commission reviewed the scope of work in August. And here we have the results of the feasibility study. 7 sites in total were identified, and I'll go into each one of these specifically. So I'll just pan over to the first one. We have Alta Vista Park. At this location, you can see the recommendation here is to consider restriping one of the existing tennis courts, which would then create space for 4 total pickleball courts. There is also space in the upper northeast corner of the tennis courts for 1 standalone brand new pickleball court up in that area. So just really briefly, some positives here is that there's existing fencing and sport court lighting, which obviously would be really impactful for a new facility. It would be less cost allocations towards that, and on-site parking is already at this location. Some negatives, there would be some existing ADA striping and ramp would need to be updated, and it would eliminate the use of 1 tennis court for tennis play, which I know is of concern from some folks from the tennis community. And noise factor may be a concern. For those who may not be familiar with pickleball, the sport of pickleball, it can be a very loud sport. There's a lot of repetition from a popping noise made from the ball hitting the paddle. And so it is really important to be very mindful of the location and how close in proximity it is to nearby residential. The second location is Anderson Park, and this location would, similar to Alta Vista, transition one tennis court into 4 pickleball courts. And then there are some extra space throughout the park that could serve well for pickleball courts. And you could see here, there'd be a total of 4 standalone courts, 1 on the existing half-court basketball and 3 in the grass field area. Again, here are some of the positives. The existing court fencing on the tennis court would obviously be ideal for a new location. The surface area at both the tennis and basketball court are well, so there wouldn't be too much site considerations there, and on-site parking is available. The existing ADA striping and ramp would need to be updated, so it wouldn't just be a simple transition to pickleball. There would be some additional site modifications. The tennis court and half basketball court would, through the feasibility study, would become a shared space with pickleball play. So there are some bonuses and negatives with that, but that is an opportunity here at this location. And noise is certainly a factor here. This is very close to residential, just across the road. So this was a consideration here. At the Aviation Park North parking lot, I just want to kind of point out that this location was kind of determined to be looked at following our presentation of the feasibility study to the Parks and Rec Commission. And so the information here is very high level. This was not included in the final feasibility study that we received. And so you can see here, there's a parking lot that's just north of the existing turf and field area. And in there you can fit 8 pickleball courts, and then you could leave some space for seating areas and walkability from all of the courts. One of the biggest benefits here is that the noise would not be a factor. Some high negatives, there would be a lot of site considerations, which lends to the high estimated cost at $1.3 million for this location. You would have to remove trees, curbs and gutter, light poles, that type of thing. This property is currently is owned by Northrop Grumman, and so that does also need to be part of the consideration that we would have to enter in some sort of a use or license agreement for this area if the council desires us to look into it further. And like I said, there is a number of substantial site improvements that would need to be made. The Aviation Park open field area, this location you can fit 6 courts. They would be standalone as well. And it would currently utilize some unused space. It's currently just a dirt lot behind the gymnasium at that location. There would be very minimal noise impacts, if any. There is a child development center nearby, but the noise impacts from the courts are unknown at this point, but could potentially be a concern down the road. The adjacent parking in here, and you can kind of see it, that's surrounding this lot, that is all owned by Northrop Grumman. So we would have to, if this is a selected site, we would have to consider some sort of a parking plan or some sort of discussion with Northrop Grumman on where the players can park without impacting their parking, which really is reserved for their employees. There's no existing sport court lighting here, so that would be an added cost, and ADA pathway would also need to be installed. The next location is Dominguez Park, and you can see that there's 6 standalone courts that can be installed at this location in the grass area in between the dog park and the baseball fields. Although this location at a very high level is ideal for a number of reasons, it's really not recommended due to the constraints associated with the differential settling at this location because it is over the landfill. So essentially, there may be a lot of considerations that would need to be made at this location down the road because the land may shift. So I can certainly go back to this location if the council wants to look into it further, but this was a location that staff is not recommending, and we'll get into it in a few slides, but as well as the Parks and Rec Commission. For Franklin Park, this location is the site of existing pickleball play. It's recreational in nature. The city does not have dedicated pickleball courts here, obviously, but there is a community of pickleball players who do currently play here. They bring their own net and they come in and play. Here you can see you can fit essentially 6 pickleball courts, utilizing some of the existing concrete areas as well as expanding into some of the green space. a lot of constraints at this location. Unfortunately, it is right in the middle of residential. So there is a number of noise concerns. There's no on-site parking, no existing fencing or sport court lighting. And like I said, noise is certainly a factor at this location. Then we have Perry Park, and one of the considerations here is to put 3 pickleball courts on the existing basketball court area. Again, this is another location where there is currently temporary pickleball play that's happening, or excuse me, I should say recreational play. There's no issues or conflict with that shared space between pickleball and basketball currently. There is existing fencing and sport court lighting, and on-site parking is available, so that those are some bonuses here. Some negatives, there would need to be some existing ADA striping, so again, some additional site considerations. And the basketball surface would need to be repaired, so there would be some added costs that would need to be added here for that. And we have Perry Allison Playfield. This is currently just an open field area, and the consideration here is for 1 standalone pickleball court, and it would not impact any existing sport field. It is limited in space, so it would not impact the field itself too much, but also lend itself to at least having 1 pickleball court. And noise would be less impactful due to the vehicular traffic on 190th, but also considering that it is just across the way from residents on Blossom Lane, there may be some noise concerns from there as well. No on-site parking is here, and no fence or sport court lighting, and as well ADA pathways would need to be installed as well. So fast forwarding a bit, the Parks and Recreation Commission did receive this feasibility study at its meeting in January and provided a series of 3 recommendations for the council. The first is to eliminate Franklin Park, Perry Allison Playfield, and Dominguez Park from consideration. The second is to restripe 1 tennis court at Alta Vista for dedicated pickleball play, and restripe the Perry Park basketball courts to become dual use with removable fencing for 2 pickleball courts, and consider looking at the Aviation Park open field site for long-term approach. I do just want to pause for a moment on that second recommendation. There was a bit of confusion. The final motion of the commission is as stated on the slide, and that's essentially for Alta Vista. It would only become dedicated pickleball play. The recommendation was not for that to be shared use. There was confusion in the minutes that the commission approved at the meeting following that we will get rectified. The minutes were unfortunately incorrect and alluded that it would be shared between tennis and pickleball. We went back and confirmed. The final motion is to restripe 1 tennis court for dedicated for pickleball, so tennis would not be played on that 1 court. And following that meeting, we, as I stated earlier, heard from a number of tennis community members, and there was a large concern over the removal of a tennis court. And so we looked at some of our usage data at the tennis courts that we have, and based on the data we did have, this was from January to June of 2021, and you can see that overall the courts are heavily used, more so during some months other than others, but there definitely is times where the courts as a whole are available. So this table is also included in your admin report. And then this is just very high level fiscal impact at each of the locations. I certainly don't need to go through each one of these, but I'm happy to answer any specific questions here. But this just provides a quick snapshot of each of the locations provided in the feasibility study, as well as the addition of the Aviation Park North lot at the bottom of your table there. And so the recommendation for this evening is to receive and file the pickleball feasibility study and the input from the commission, and then provide direction on any proposed pickleball locations. Before I close, we do have Ms. Pamela Brown here from Hirsch & Associates, who did the feasibility study, here to answer any specific questions. And so we can have her come up if you have anything that we're unable to answer. So thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay, great. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Cameron. And who is here from Hertz & Associates? What's, you know? Kamala? Kamala, thanks, Kamala, for coming. So she's with the consulting firm that did this study. So you might want to get questions answered from her. I'll just say some initial thoughts. I met somebody out at Perry Park, and we were there for something else, and he said, "Oh yeah, I already play pickleball here." I go, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah, we play out here at certain times, and then they come and they play basketball, and it's all fine, and nobody complains, and people get to play pickleball." I'm like, "Oh, okay, I hadn't heard that." And so that one thing on here, it seems like a no-brainer to me, is to go ahead and move forward with restriping that, resurfacing the basketball court as well. And, you know, everything after that gets really, really complicated. In some cases, very expensive. And I would just say, if any new locations or any new locations, really, anywhere near residential, should be considered trials, because you just don't know what's going to happen, right? I mean, you wouldn't want to go build something for a bunch of money and then have all the residents come out and, you know, get really upset. And, you know, we're sitting up here going, uh-oh, wow, maybe we didn't do that. So but you can rectify that by just doing a trial. A lot of these places just restripe for a while, and there's a bunch of, and that's the only way to really find out for sure, right? There's a ton of complaints, then, you know, sorry, you have to do something else. So I don't favor spending a lot of money on any new location without doing some sort of trial first, unless it's really isolated, like apparently North Aviation area is. As far as the Northrop property, holy cow, boy, that's a long shot. They didn't even study that. It just seems like, I don't know, anybody even talk to Northrop about that?
Not yet, Mayor. We were waiting for direction tonight. We didn't want to spin our wheels on something unnecessarily if it wasn't going to be supported. So-
Right.
But we would certainly go to them next, and you know, the north lot would obviously require their participation because it's their property. The open lot behind the gym, it's our property, but it's very close to Northrop, and they're always a little cranky about proposed uses at that site. So we would certainly need to talk to them.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea. It'd be a great way for them to give back to the community. They're right next to Manhattan Beach, and, you know, Lawndale's right there. Yeah, they want to do something nice for the surrounding communities. That might be something they're interested in doing. Who knows? All right, so with that, let me go back to my PC here and find out who's next up. Councilmember Naranack.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. So I wish I would have done this on the, what do you call it, the skateboard park issue. I went to every single location today between 12:30 and 1:30, 2 o'clock or so. And the reason why I wanted to do it in a short impacted time in the afternoon was kind of see what the impacts, what the park usage was on a typical Tuesday. Different than a weekend, I understand that, but I wanted to see also get an in-depth kind of view. And the reason why I started off saying I wish I would have done this for the skate park issue was when I saw the Perry Park location with the location of the skateboard park, I would have been like, I would have never agreed to this, and said immediately, yeah. So, you know, so everyone knows I represent District 1 Alta Vista location, and for me, this has been on my radar for well over a year now, particularly because the tennis groups down there have been very adamant. They've come to my community meetings proactively. They've done a whole litany of informational paperworks, and I've learned a lot about the Alta Vista location. That number that was quoted up there regarding usage actually doesn't really tell the whole story. It says 65, 80%, but it's actually more than that, because today when I went by, there's 8 courts there. There were 2 or 3 courts actively being used, with another 2 courts with balls and equipment just standing there ready to go. So either someone had been there, they're out at lunch, or they're prepped ready to go. No other area in Redondo did I see in Anderson Park or these other locations being used. I'm a big fan of getting low-hanging fruit and getting something going quickly. And what I've noticed was Franklin Park. I have a question on Franklin Park. Did the Parks and Rec Commission know that there is a taped out court, actually 2 courts at Franklin Park currently right now?
They were aware that there is some play there. There's members of the community that are playing there. part of the concern there is the nearby residents did issue some concerns directly to the commission of the noise impacts from there. So that's why that location was not part of their recommendation.
Okay. Aviation. Eleanor, can I share my my screen? Because I'm a little confused on this. I went and took photos of all these places as well. And so the study said to take out the trees. Let me go one photo over, actually. This is an amazing screen, by the way. So the study said to take these trees out right here. The trees on the opposite side. Oh, this side over here. Why would we take those trees out? From what I could tell, I did not measure. Sorry. You
Go up to the mic.
Should I introduce myself?
Yes.
Okay. Mayor and council members, thank you for having me. My name is Pamela Brown. I am the landscape architect for Hirsch and Associates, and I am the author of the feasibility study. And what I could tell on this is the width of it is only 50 feet, 50 or 55. We were short 5 feet for the court, and we needed another 5 feet for an ADA accessible path to reach all the courts. So that would be 10 feet cutting into the slope up there and the retaining wall.
So you looked at this width-wise, but not laterally.
Yes, I was told that they would prefer the north-south orientation because if it's east-west, then it's an unfair advantage to one of the players depending on what time of day it is with the sun movement in their eyes.
I get it. Okay. What about the condition of the pavement? I mean, it doesn't look the best, but when I was walking around there, I'm like, well, you know, a slurry seal and some paint and.
There's a lot of root damage on the south side. Yeah. And there's a lot of drainage that would have to be taken into account. So the grading and drainage number that we put to it was about $25,000. And that was a very rough estimate. We would need to have a survey done in order to understand the extent of the grading that would need to be done there.
So you really are spanning the entire area there?
Yes, plus some.
Plus some. Okay, so that makes sense now why it's so expensive. So this is Anderson Park. There's already a line marked out here, which I thought was interesting. I was like, oh, look at that. There's a line already going for. And then, I don't know if I caught it, this is Perry Park. It didn't seem like that was as wide as the aviation, but I guess so. Okay, so then the last one I have here is for this location. I guess this is not wide enough now. This is at, what is it, Franklin? This is not wide enough to do either which way then, right? You have to rebuild a concrete in there, put more concrete in there?
It's actually a bit larger than one court. You can fit one court lengthwise that way.
Okay, because in the other concrete pad I saw, you were able to get two courts there, correct? I think so, yeah.
I think that was the basketball court, correct?
Yeah, the basketball court.
Yes.
Okay. So basically what I was looking at today was we have a lot of, I'll stop the screen share. There's a lot of projects happening. I want to get you guys a court sooner than later. I also don't want to cause issues. For instance, impacts to Alta Vista Park. That's an extremely impacted park with a tremendous amount of uses over there. So I would be in favor of looking at these current locations that we currently use, Franklin, Perry, and where else did we talk about?
Franklin, Perry, and Anderson?
Aviation, north of aviation, Anderson.
And Anderson, Franklin, Perry, to restripe the one for dual usage, the tennis court there for the two, let me pull it up, make sure I'm quoting correctly. The 4 courts there, making the permanent location there at the tennis courts at Anderson. At Perry Park, do you continue utilizing those 3? And then at Franklin, do maybe 2 of those courts, which are currently striped right now. That would give 10 courts. That is a low-cost, immediate answer rather than spending a significant amount of money trying to do concrete drainage, and everything else that goes along with it. So I'd be in favor of that to get something moving along very quickly and create very little impact to neighborhoods, knowing that there will be impact. And as Mayor Brand has said, maybe make the Franklin Park location a temporary location, knowing that it's already being used right now, to see how that would work. And only putting 2 courts there, not what there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 courts there. So that would be my idea moving forward. I'm not going to make a motion yet. I'd like to hear what else other people have to say.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
I totally support the Perry Park idea because the dual court use. Ms. Orta, by the way, great feasibility report, great presentation. Thank you for that. That was really, you didn't you did full diligence for the pickleball community that is growing and eager to get courts. So thank you for that. Ms. Orta, on the depiction of the basketball courts at Perry Park, I didn't see striping for the basketball courts, the 3-point line, the key. Do we have any examples of what that might look like where you have dual use striping both for the basketball courts and the pickleball courts?
I don't have anything this evening. Pam, I don't know if you can speak to that a little bit closer. Are you trying to figure out the orientation, how much space that fits on amongst the 2?
No, I can tell that both courts can fit. I'm just wondering, if you go back to the slide of the Perry Park, if you pull that up, you'll see that the pickleball court is going to, you'd have a key right here, and you'd have a 3-point line that goes like that. So my question is, how do you have where the lines intersect? What's that going to look like? Because they seem to like barely intersect. That doesn't mean I don't want to do it. I just want to know like what's the plan? What's it going to look like?
We can draw something out for this specific location to show you the layout. We just need to measure out the basketball court striping because the basketball courts aren't always regulated in size and they will vary site to site. So if we could just get the striping layout and measurements, then we can put something together for you so you can see that.
All right. Well, yes, I totally favor. I didn't know that until I went by on early on Saturday one morning. I didn't realize that they were even playing pickleball there. And then I asked a resident who wanted pickleball courts at my last community meeting, well, you already got pickleball here. What do you want? She said lines. I said, okay, I can get absolutely behind that. So I will get behind that part of your motion, as long as it's dual use and we repaint the basketball lines as well. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, Kelly, can I ask some questions? Nice to meet you. So, yeah, I don't think we've had that opportunity yet. So I was a little surprised to see the Anderson Park in the presentation because we discussed that 3 years ago. It was pretty extensive. We had a lot of people here and they basically said no to those tennis courts. Now, you did present other options at the park, which was different. So I appreciate that. But even bringing that back seems a little tone deaf. That's one thought. But it seems to me, and this is where I'll disagree with Councilmember Narenheim, and is that you have 8 courts at Alta Vista. And when you put up the usage diagram, to the point that he made, how are you determining the percentage of use at those courts? Is it based on reservations? Is it based on, the people that are at the community center giving you feedback? How are you coming up with those numbers?
The tennis courts are used by reservation only. So we pulled the data specifically from our calendars.
So is it safe to say, and this isn't in the chart that you presented, right? But if you're looking at that chart, it has, I guess, the available amount of usage is in the 3,000 range, and then what's being used is in the 2,000 range. So is it safe to say if you were to kind of combine all of those, and separate out one court, that all the usage that is currently being used spread across 8 courts could actually function on 7 courts?
Potentially, I don't have the exact figures in front of me to say with 100% definitive.
No, I realize, but could we
certainly-
extrapolate that is what I'm getting at.
Potentially, yeah.
I think one other consideration when you look at that total aggregate figure is that that's sun up to sundown, right? So when you look at 70% of the courts sun up to sundown being used from a reservation standpoint, that's very significant.
Yeah.
Now, what we don't have for you, and we could drill into this data and come back with it, is what is the actual utilization during peak periods of time, right? And that might be data you'd want to analyze before making any kind of a commitment, because what could happen, and pickleball, tennis, same time of day, optimal use may be very comparable. So just because there's hours available during the course of the year or the month, we're not able to reflect for you today exactly what time of day those hours are available.
No,
So-
I'm not actually asking you to do that. But what I'm kind of getting at is it seems that because there are so many courts there and they are used, that the other 7 courts will be used, fairly continuously. And with the rate that pickleball is growing and the demand that has happened, even, prior 3 years ago, there was high demand. It's even more so now, right? People are doing it in parquets, so which is to the bane of everybody that lives around that parquet because of the noise. But in my mind, I think it is actually better to dedicate a single court that could have 4 games going at once. You're getting 4 different pickleball teams playing at any given time on a single tennis court, right? So it's a bit of more bang for your buck, and you would still have the 7 other courts that are used for full-time tennis playing. I will just say to the other point made about Franklin Park, you thought Metro was a big deal. Pickleball at Franklin Park is also not a recommended thing just from the neighborhood. I've heard about it, for a few years here, and they also reiterated that to the Parks and Rec Commission. So I would take that off any consideration just because of the residential backlash, just specific to that area there. So I think, if Councilmember Obaji's, see what the Perry Park one, it's got to be dual use, and we don't know when that's going to be. So somebody's going to, do we even know how that would work? Like, are we setting up the temporary, division lines, or are we expecting the users to do that?
No, I think what would end up happening is much like you would see on an interior sport court where you might have volleyball lines striped out, you have basketball lines strapped out, you might have center court that might even have different striping versus your side court. So you would stripe it permanently.
No, I get that.
And then we would, by reservation, then allocate dedicated basketball time versus dedicated pickleball time.
Oh, so that court would now become a reservation scenario.
Well, and the basketball usage now to a degree is. I mean, our sport courts, not necessarily for drop-in basketball, but when our North Redondo Beach basketball or RBYB starts to play, they'll schedule practice times for blocks. And then that's when we would make that available by permit effectively.
Got it. Okay. I think if Councilmember Obaji is okay with that use there, that seems okay as long as there's a system to make it work. And I think, using a full-on court down at Alta Vista does make the most sense. And according to those prices, would easily be done within the $50,000 range that we have right now. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember MD.
There we go. Got it. Sorry about that. I would love to hear from the public before I go too far into what I would think we should be doing, but I guess I'm thinking bigger than just having a place for you to play. I was thinking the reason why we were so excited after having conversations with all of you, I thought that it would be more of an idea that we would have 6 courts at North so that we can have tournaments, so that we can have people come and utilize our North Redondo hotels, so that it'd be more of a community type, just another level than just a place to play. And that's why that's an exciting option for the pickleball community. By just kind of putting them everywhere in the different parks, that's great for a pickup game or just to play locally, but it doesn't really kind of get you to that tournament level type of play. And as far as just putting them where they already are, they already are there. So maybe when you guys speak, you can explain why more needs to be done than just those pickup places. But I think having a central location where there's 6 to 8 pickleball courts are kind of vital to the eventual goal of developing a program for pickleball in this area. And then if you combine it with what the pickleball courts are in the other cities, you can really truly have a destination type of scenario. But I could be wrong, and I will let you guys explain that. And because if it's just these kind of put in some stripes and you've got it, but it seems to me that based on the pickleball courts I've seen that I've been shown, is that it's a little bit more than that. There's actually some kind of a real surface that's applied to it. Right now, it's fine. Because you're just trying to practice and all that. But you guys explain that to us in a little bit better fashion. That'd be great. And, and when you're talking about where pickleball's been played, they've been playing 2 courts at Del Page Park, and that's not on any of the presentations. And I have yet, I don't want to invite it, but I have yet to hear a complaint. And it's right next to residential. So anyway, if we can kind of go to the public, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. I thought Dale Page Park had been looked at, but got eliminated. I don't remember what it said.
I think it was an ADA issue there.
ADA,
issue?
okay, yeah.
I think so.
Anyway, it's going to be great to hear from the public because, as you can tell, none of us play pickleball. And I got some cards here. I'll call on these cards that I received first, but then anybody can come up and speak after that. So the first person is Bobby Trevino, and after that is Carla McCosker. And again, everybody's got 3 minutes.
Good evening, council members and mayor. Bobby Trevino, 69-year native of the South Bay. Most of those as a resident of Redondo Beach. Needless to say, I've seen a lot of changes in the community. And one of the coolest things has been the coming out of the sport of pickleball. For anybody that's played sports in the past and growing older, being unable to continue to play in those sports or to be competitive or to just have fun, pickleball comes along and everybody can play this game, can be playing it within 5 minutes, from kids to grandparents, people in their 80s, that a lot of people rolling over from tennis that can no longer take playing tennis. It's a social community, and in this day and age, that's a beautiful thing. Everybody gets along, men, women, kids, old, young, and the social part of it is just so much fun. Healthy, keeping the seniors especially active, but now there's more and more young folks coming into the sport, and it's so much fun because we're competing with them on a fairly equal level just because of the sport, the way that it's played. I would really hope that you guys would push forward with providing us with some more facilities because it's just getting so crowded. The sport's not a fad, it's the sport of the future. It's probably going to be in grade schools and high schools in the next few years. But because it's so easy to play right off the bat, it makes it so attractive to all people of all walks of life. And ideally, a permanent facility like the aviation thing would be cool, but I understand that's not easy to do, but something that hopefully you guys would seriously consider. And like Ms. MD pointed out, that right now we're winging it, just playing at these little parquettes and stuff. Even going to Manhattan Beach or Hermosa Beach, El Segundo, it's getting so crowded that you have to spend a lot of time waiting. I think just to have the one court at Alta Vista is just asking for a fair shake for our sport and for the seniors and everybody else in the community. So thank you for listening.
Bobby, do you play at these other kind of pickup places like Perry
Yes.
Park?
Yes.
How do you determine, okay, we're going to play pickleball now? I
Well, we
mean,
usually pick hours when, they're not very active, and we've had no problem, especially Perry Park, but even all the little parkettes, we just pick times to play, set up our nets, and bring our equipment. And I've been playing on and off for 5 years, and we've never run into issues where somebody chasing us off or complaining.
Right.
But it's, like I said, it's getting more and more people involved, so even those places can tend to get crowded. And it's just a matter of trying to pick hours, a good time to
Is there an organization? Because like if we restripe these areas and everything, and then we like kind of set up like potential for more conflict, is there a pickleball organization in Redondo Beach? But I mean Redondo Beach. Like, do you guys have like a little group and you guys
Yeah, I
meet?
think I'd probably let somebody else speak to that, but yeah, there's groups that we've, tried to.
It might be where this is going to have some kind of official organization so that you guys could meet and go, hey, whatever.
Okay,
You know what I mean? Thank you. I'm sorry. Wait for me. Carla, and after Carla is Desiree Galassi.
Hello, I'm Carla McCosker, born and raised Redondo Beach. Currently have a Redondo address, Hollywood Riviera, but I feel like I'm a resident of Redondo. I agree with you. The sprinkling of the courts of painting lines is nice, but it's not the solution because we're growing fast. I wrote a few little notes down. So many of your constituents are now pickleball players, and if you could provide a service that they're really, really wanting, that would be amazing. I take it that you're real set on preserving your Alta Vista courts, and I found it interesting that you put the pickleball court smack in the middle versus putting us at the far end of the park. So one pickleball court can accommodate, 4 courts? So that's, so that's 16 players. Imagine if you gave us 2 courts, 32 happy pickleball players, and it's not asking much. Put us in the corner, we'd be happy campers. As you know, it's fastest growing sport. Currently, I drive to Hermosa Beach, Manhattan Beach, and I'm in an El Segundo league. So it'd be amazing to have a league here in our hometown, Redondo Beach. The pickle community is just wanting the tennis community to share. We don't want to take away. We just want to share some courts. And we both share a passion for our sports. And, I know, remember when AYSO was just taking off? There was hardly any fields around. And now there's AYSO fields everywhere. So I feel like that needs to be the story of pickleball. When we say, remember we had no courts and now we have an amazing pickleball facility at Aviation where there's tournaments and we go to the bars and celebrate. We go to the Hangar Inn and support them. So that's what we do in El Segundo. After we play league, we go support their businesses. It's amazing. And my last crazy thought is, can you partner with like a corporation and have it be the Skechers pickleball courts to help build it? Just an idea. That's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay. Miss Galassi? Desiree, come on down.
Still in my pickleball stuff. I haven't changed. Hi, my name is Desiree Galassi. I'm a Redondo Beach resident. I authored a change.org petition with 520 signatures supporting pickleball for Redondo Beach. I moderate Redondo Beach Pickleball page on Facebook with 165 members and on Nextdoor with 42 members. Numbers. According to the reported national numbers, 1.6% of the US population plays pickleball. So we can assume that Redondo could have approximately 1,000 pickleball players based on our own population. Let's look at some more numbers. El Segundo currently charges non-residents $15 and residents $10 per court per hour. Manhattan Beach just imposed the same fee structure. El Segundo hosts some smaller revenue-generating tournaments, and their pickleball leagues, they have 40 teams paying $350 to participate. That's $14,000. Let's assume court fees for Redondo Beach. One tennis court converted to 4 pickleball courts can generate 5 times the revenue that one tennis court alone can generate based on our current rates for tennis. Looking at it another way, it can generate approximately $175,000 a year to convert that tennis court. The conversion of one tennis court, according to the feasibility study, is $42,400. So at a 50% utilization, the return on investment is less than 6 months. It's a no-brainer. For dedicated pickleball courts, the ROI is less than 3 months. At Aviation Park, the potential freestanding facility of 6 courts, priced in the feasibility study at an estimated $600,000, could have a potential ROI of 2.5 years. And though this was the location identified in the feasibility study, I imagined maybe we could put it down by Ruby's, where we could be centrally located and let our businesses really have a financial impact from people coming into our city. Among the many people who have come to the sport, my friend and Marine League Division I Alta Vista tennis captain is now competing in the El Segundo leagues, pickleball leagues. And I'm proud to say that I taught her how to play pickleball. She, like many other tennis players, are now playing both or playing pickleball exclusively. In closing, I have emailed the council, I have gone to the Recreation and Parks Commission meeting online and spoken avidly about this sport. I believe that it's time right now for us to have pickleball in our own city and not fund the coffers of other cities. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, at this point, I don't have any more cards, so anybody from the public is welcome to come down and comment.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. The only thing I would say is that over the last couple of years, I go to Alta Vista to go to this guy's district meetings when he has them on Saturdays, Mr. Nierenheim. And I don't think I've ever seen a time where I've seen any of the tennis courts empty, at least during those peak times. And I'm glad Mr. Wozanski brought up a key point, is that granted there's 8 courts there, maybe they're not being used all the time, but there's probably some peak times where there's none available at all. So you might want to, before you make changes to those permanently, decide what peak times they would really impact, because I'm sure on Saturdays and Sundays they're being used probably the majority of the day, which might be the peak time when the pickleball people would want to be using it too. And I think it's great sport. It sounds like it's a lot of fun, but I think we have to be careful when we take away something from a community that's sort of using it. You might get a lot of feedback, and I've heard people who are, you see if they're waiting for a tennis court and the other people are too long, they're very loud about it. So at any rate, before you make changes on that, I would say that you need to look at the peak hours on that just to make sure it's not going to impact the existing usage. Thanks.
Okay, you don't have to turn in a card at this point. If you just want to comment, just come on up. Feel free to come on up.
New Mayor, Council, again, Rolf Stretzenberg, Redondo Beach, speaking as a resident. Want to make sure I'm clear on that. Councilmember Nierenheim, you spoke of the Franklin Park site. It's been used ad hoc, I believe, so far, and to make that official, just to be aware that it is noted on the plan that it's the future site of the Friendship Center right next to it. The demolition is going to be starting on that. That's going to go on for several months, and then construction will start after that, and will be going on for quite a while. I don't know if there's been any kind of agreement to move that line for any staging area for the site or not. And then I believe the Franklin Park itself is actually school property. Is that correct, Mike?
Part of it is school property.
We have a 99-year lease with you. Oh, yeah, I understand. Okay, so I don't know if there's any, I haven't read that lease agreement to see if there might be any considerations or restrictions in that lease to take a look at. But just some considerations for that usage in that area. Thank you.
None that I know. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John Bauer. I'm a resident of Redondo Beach, and my representative's right there, Mr. Lowenstein. And I think something's really being missed tonight, and that's the passion of pickleball you representatives have to get what's going on. Fastest growing sport in America, 25% growth year over year. That's national, that's the country. Check it out, go play once, play with your kids, play with your parents. But the thing is you go to Manhattan Beach, 50 of us are down there at 8:30, 9:30 on a Thursday morning waiting to play pickleball. That's the reality we're looking at. Every community around here has permanent set courts with, it's not a, Mayor Brand, you're not gonna go surfing, on the Salton Sea, you're gonna surf in the ocean. Don't give us a gravel pit to play pickleball in. Every crack matters. Think of tennis, that ball bounces off a crack, the game's over. So we need, Redondo Beach needs permanent courts. This is a huge sport, it's growing fast, everyone can play it. Bobby Trevino did a great job of explaining who it is. And right now, and thanks so much, Ms. Order, for all the work you've done with our organizers, but this has to happen in Redondo Beach. Something quickly. Alta Vista, I went from tennis to pickleball, and I hate having to upset the tennis community, but I don't touch a tennis racket anymore. It's that addictive. It's that amazing. Again, go and try it. Let us take you out. Let us show you. Come over to Manhattan Beach some morning. The courts, they just changed the fee structure, so it changed just this week. But what happened is this organic community set up a potluck to celebrate the last day of free courts. Over 80 people showed up. Families walked by. They were welcomed onto the court away from seasoned players, given the court, playing with kids and parents. People come from out of state to play. You wouldn't believe the people from Palm Springs, people that have private airplanes are playing pickleball on Manhattan Beach because they're visiting and they hear it's a place to play in the area. So revenue-wise, Councilmember MD, I really appreciate what you're saying because I was home listening to this and I had to come in because this has got to happen. I'm going to let it go at that. You know all the other facts, but please really reconsider it. We know there can be a noise issue. We know there's some issues. So if we could start with Alta Vista right away, let's get it done. Let's put us on there. Because I tell you, I played tennis. I'm going to stop. Please, seriously act on this because it's going to impact a lot of people in each one of your areas positively. Thank you very much for the time and support.
Okay, anybody else?
Hello, George Kazas. I'm a 44-year resident of Redondo. And I just started playing pickleball a few months ago. I'm addicted. Actually, Desiree got me into it. I really love the sport. Here's my take. I've played in all these little parkettes. I've played in Franklin Park. I played at Walteria. Well, my gosh, the weight there is like you play and then you put your paddle back up to play again, and you wait a half hour before you get to play again. So ridiculously long wait times. Finally, I joined South End and West End. So I have a feeling of what it's like to play in a court that's been restriped from a tennis court into 4 courts, and to play on individual courts. If you're playing in one of these tennis courts that has been converted, the balls are going all over the place between the courts. It's kind of a pain. The individual courts are really cool. Obviously, they're going to cost a lot more to build. The multi-use, really bad idea. I've played in several multi-use situations, and the striping is so confusing. The dedicated pickleball courts that have different colors for the kitchen line, these are words that if you haven't played mean nothing to you. But there's different colors and different stripes, and it just makes it really easy to play. It's understandable when you have different games that they're striping for. There's like stripes here and stripes here, and it's like, where do you stand? It's confusing. So multi-use, bad idea. Conversions, great idea. ROI, good, but not so good for balls going all over the place and interfering with other people. If you're playing in one of these parquettes where it's not smooth, the balls just bounce all over the place. It makes it just really inconvenient. You just don't want to play there, and that's why I stopped. That's why I joined South End and West End. So I can do that because I'm financially okay, but lots of people can't afford that. So, and there's just a ton of people that really want to play this game. Anyway, thanks for listening.
Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So can I ask you a question really quick? So can you explain to me then on South End, the West End, do they actually have dedicated pickleball courts?
So the West End has a court conversion. So they've got 4 courts on 1 tennis court. And that's the one where the balls are all over the place. South End has 3 separate dedicated courts with, massive fencing.
That's what I was going to ask next. Okay, great. So then individual courts, they have fencing around them. I've only seen pickleball played at Del Page Park where you guys do a stripe. So that's why I'm asking.
Why don't you come on down?
Okay.
I'll invite you to come and play, and then you can check out the different courts.
No, I'm on board. Get them
get you addicted.
to go play.
Yeah, I'm glad to invite all you. We can get a game going.
So, okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to know. So there'll be different.
But yeah, you do need to just use Google Maps and come on down on it and take a look at what a 4-court thing looks like that's been converted.
And one more question. So is it the same surface as a tennis court when you do the surface of a court? Actually, maybe that's a Pamela question. Yes,
So if you want to build a good pickleball court, there's a lot of science to it. And my daughter wanted to build one, so I went through the science of it. And it's to get a flat, perfect surface, which is really important in pickleball, takes a lot of money.
The tennis court is fine. The tennis surface is absolutely fine. Shortly answer what George is saying. You must be an engineer maybe, but
Yeah.
the tennis surface is perfect.
The tennis surface is perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That's all.
They've already
That's all.
spent a lot of money on a tennis surface.
Thank you. I didn't mean to be interrupted, sorry.
Go ahead. Thank you, George. Anyone else want to speak?
I'm going to really short. My name is Kelly Maeda. There's a lot of things that I love about pickleball. I'm an ex-tennis player, love pickleball so much. One of the things that I love is that I can play with my 87-year-old mom. Isn't that awesome? She's amazing. She's at her age. And I can play in a tournament with my 34-year-old son. It's so fun to be able to play as a family. And in my opinion, I shouldn't say this, but if you are smart and be proactive and do the 8 courts north of the track at Aviation and the 6 courts in the dirt lot, do them all. You might as well get ahead of the game because pickleball players are going to keep asking for more and more and more courts. So 14 courts. That's my vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Just in case you guys hadn't noticed, we're taking this very seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, we started almost a year ago at our budget discussions, and so, we don't have the money to allocate tonight for what we're all talking about, but our budget is next month. And we talk about CIP projects, the second meeting in June. So, here we are. So we're taking it seriously. We're trying to figure it out, just so you know. But I think you know that. Okay, anybody else want to comment?
Hi. My name is Wendy Rudick. I'm a Redondo Beach resident. And first of all, this is going to sound wrong, but I hope you understand the importance. I want to thank the other communities that have been supporting us, Redondo Beach residents who have had to go away to play pickleball. I've made a lot of friends in those other communities, so it's a community-based program. I think what we would love to see, I would love to see, is temporary courts put up while we build the big facility, because it's coming. I mean, it will be in the schools. It's going to be an Olympic sport down the road. Mark my words. Anyway, that's all I have to say, but please come and try it with us.
Okay, any other comments? Go online. Any comments online, Eleanor?
Yes, this is Holly Osborne from District 5. I don't play pickleball, but I remember when you discussed this 3 years ago, and I made a suggestion then, and I don't know if it's good or bad. But I would like to know why you can't restripe part of the parking lot that you already own by the Aviation Performance Center. This would be the part that's just of the track, okay? And so you have a dual use. Sometimes it's the parking lot if you've got a big event, and other times it's striped so that the guys can play their temporary pickleball. I mean, bring their own nets and do their pickleball. And I would think that would be really cheap. And you've already got the lights, you've already got the parking, you've already got the bathrooms, you've already got the ADA compliance. All you need is the paint. And I don't know if it's be good enough to play or not, but it seems like you ought to try it.
Okay, thanks, Holly.
Good evening, Mayor Brand, City Council, and City staff. Mark Hansen, King Harbor boater. Although I normally introduce myself as King Harbor boater, my boating partner is an avid pickleball player, and my wife wants to try it, so it sounds like I may be a pickleball player soon also. My comments tonight are going to affect both this agenda item as well as D5 on Aviation Park. Obviously, a bunch of overlap there, including the potential aquatic facilities. I think I'll reserve a lot of my comments for that next agenda item. So here, I think I'll just briefly mention that the harbor amenities plan process that I'm serving on, the consultants have provided us with 3 conceptual drawings for the Seaside Lagoon, and 2 of those included a lap pool. However, many harbor enthusiasts made the obvious observations that 1, a lap pool is not coastal dependent or even coastal related, and 2, it could be better situated somewhere further inland and warmer. So with that in mind, looking at these 8 different potential locations, I think I'll just make a simple recommendation that the City Council consider using a mixture of those locations such that the aquatic facilities can be accommodated at Aviation Park. And then I'll save some other comments for that other agenda item. Thank you so much.
Mark, can any of the moles in the waterfront plan accommodate a pickleball court?
I don't know. That's one I haven't thought about.
It's not exactly coastal dependent like you were talking about.
Right.
Yeah, whatever. Go ahead. Any more comments, Eleanor?
Okay. First comment is submitted by Phil Hong. I oppose the removal of 1 tennis court from the Alta Vista facility to use exclusively for pickleball. The current usage numbers specified in the report looks like at the entire day instead of breaking out peak and non-peak times. Counting non-peak times in the usage statistics misrepresents the demand for this facility. The 8 tennis courts at Alta Vista are heavily utilized during peak hours, weekends, and weekday afternoon/evenings, with reservation times becoming unavailable days in advance. Taking away a significant portion of a heavily utilized recreation resource would be like taking away a lane of traffic on PCH. During non-peak hours, traffic would still flow, but peak usage times would see a dramatic difference. Pickleball is a relatively new sport whose popularity is booming. Forcing pickleball players to scavenge court resources from existing tennis and basketball courts is short-sighted. COVID has brought a resurgence in demand for outdoor recreation. The city should be looking for ways to capitalize on this interest by building new recreation resources. This will improve quality of life, increase property values, and reinforce Redondo Beach's image as a family-oriented community. Next comment is submitted by Brianna Egan. I support pickleball courts in Redondo Beach. It's a sport that is easy to learn and can be enjoyed by people of all ages, with less joint stress and aerobic exertion versus tennis. I played at Hermosa Beach pickleball courts, and they've become so popular that the city has new restricted reservations and memberships to Hermosa Beach residents only. I've also played at PVIS, which has painted lines on concrete blacktop and no fences between courts. The challenge is that adequate space is tricky to find in Redondo, especially considering many other interests are competing for the same spaces, such as tennis and field sports. I support overlaying stripes for 4 pickleball courts at 1 to 2 tennis courts at Alta Vista Park, maybe the southernmost or northernmost courts. This way, both tennis and pickleball uses are preserved for tournament play and flexibility. It's easy to erect temporary pickleball nets. Most pickleball players own their own portable nets, and the city could store 4 portable nets at the AV Community Center for players to use. Pickleball hours can be chosen and modified based on demands and trends. As for additional courts beyond Alta Vista, I think the best course of action would be to restripe or add overlays to city-owned parking lots, such as the Marina parking lot on Harbor Drive, which sits 90% empty on most days, the site of the shuttered Ruby's Diner. Beachside pickleball on existing concrete sounds amazing and is smart land use for acres of empty parking. Another expansive city-owned parking lot for striping overlay is the Performing Arts Center parking lot. Can this be studied as to compatibility with excessive Coastal Commission parking recs? I don't think it makes financial or environmental sense to pour concrete on green space, including at the Aviation Park open field. A higher use here would be a North Redondo Community Garden. Our RBCG group has discussed this location. The 150-foot by 150-foot field is large enough to provide at least 120 spacious 10 by 10 plots for people to grow vegetables. A portion of the site could be also used as a public nursery for native and veg plants. There is already huge demand for a second community garden. The next comment is submitted by Mara Lang. As a Recreation and Parks Commissioner, I sat through the various presentations. It is obvious we need a solution for pickleball players, and it would be wonderful to bring this resource to Redondo Beach and the neighboring communities. In the vacuum of the meeting where we were asked to discuss the proposed locations, Aviation Park seemed like an untapped resource, and yes, it was exciting to envision giving the community 6 pickleball courts at Aviation Park. What we didn't really discuss was the best use for this rare bit of undeveloped city land. In light of warming global temperatures and the very real heat island effect, it feels perhaps irresponsible to pave over this lot. There has been discussion about providing a community garden for North Redondo. The residents certainly deserve it. It would be wonderful if the council was able to find a solution for converting unused, already paved city-owned land into pickleball courts, which we discussed in the commission meeting, on top of the agreed-upon tennis court conversion. Next comment is submitted by Christine Ng. I have no objection to pickleball playing, except for putting it in the Aviation Park open field. I would prefer that spot be used for community garden in North Redondo. Thank you, Christina Ng, North Redondo resident. And that concludes comments under e-comment for this item.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure.
We'll go back to the council. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, Kelly and Cameron, I wanted to ask you, on the diagram of the Aviation Park, not the Northrop lot, but the other one, you have 6 courts, and they're kind of turned 45 degrees. But like if I look at it, it's a postage stamp size lot. Why not orient them, in a different manner so that you could fit 8 courts or 10 courts? I was just curious.
Yeah, maybe Pam is best to answer that question. Okay. We'll refer that over.
Oh, those are facing north-south in that direction. Got it.
The lot is tweaked a little bit there.
On that question, though, I play beach volleyball, and everybody switches sides, every game or every 7 points, 11 points, as the case may be. So couldn't you just orient them the way that's not the most ideal for the players, not most equitable, but they're going to switch sides regularly? I'm seeing them nod their head yes. So if that was okay with the pickleball players, could you get a lot more courts?
You can, yes.
All right. And what location was
That was the one behind the aviation gym.
Okay.
Because the one behind the gym on the dirt area. It was curious to me. It looked like a much bigger space.
And what would the increase go from what to what, approximately?
A survey would need to be done to know for sure, but at least 8.
Okay.
No orienting, and possibly 10. I would have to take a closer look at it.
All right.
Okay, so I think we're overdue in getting permanent pickleball courts here. We've talked about it, and it was definitely very needed during COVID. So I agree with Councilmember MD. Like, we should be focusing on the big picture and the broader scope, and that is, I think, a conversation that we should take seriously during budget conversations this year. We tried to talk about it last year. We got a little bit of money for this year, but I think this year we should really focus on a permanent facility within the city, and Aviation Park and/or the Northrop lot doing both, whatever, I think we should really seriously explore that. In the meantime, I think we can have pickleball courts immediately, for players rather quickly by restriping a court. I think Councilmember Narenheim, based on the enthusiasm and the passion in the room tonight, could be a hero right away just by doing that at Alta Vista. And then again, as I said, it would be up to the council, if Councilmember Obaji is okay with that. I realize we only have the funds right now to do one of them, right? And so to me, the conversion of the tennis court makes the most sense because that can get done quickly and easily. And then I would say to have a follow-up, we can discuss at budget as well, bringing in some additional monies to get something at Perry Park with then further discussion to permanentize and create a facility up at Aviation Park. So I would make the motion that we follow the direction of the Parks and Rec Commission, convert one of the courts at Alta Vista with then a follow-up at some point in time, as soon as we have the funding, to do the multi-use at Perry Park, and then pursue at budget a more permanent solution and long-term solution at Aviation Park. That'd be my motion.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second. Councilmember Obaji.
Ms. Horta, can we get the budget or the cost breakdown up again, please? And so, just so y'all know, I hear your enthusiasm. I think we hear your enthusiasm. And frankly, I've seen it on social media. I've seen it otherwise, that people are enthused about this. It's growing, like you said. I see it as a sustainable sport for a growing community because it accommodates all ages. And so I think one thing that's been evident so far since I've been a council member for about a year is that I'd like Redondo Beach to catch up with other communities wherever we're behind and to get on the forefront. And this seems like a prime opportunity. With that said, what you need to know about the way council works is that if we want to add more money to something, we allocated $50,000 last year, it takes 4 votes, not the typical 3. And so, whereas I was feeling pretty comfortable with, and so we want to do this. I think we all have different varying levels of desire to advance pickleball in Redondo Beach, and I think you'll see that now and in the budget. But whereas I was just super enthusiastic about, let's start stripe Perry Park, I heard a comment that made me now concerned about that, which is that, dual striping is not helpful, it's not good. So I see that you guys are here for pickleball. So on dual striping, show of hands, fingers up or fingers down, yes or no at Perry Park? Okay, fingers up. All right, exactly. Right. So, okay, I'm in favor of that. I would say that that's the low-hanging fruit, Councilmember Horvath. That's right. And I'd rather see that occur first, and then you get your funding for anything else. Then we get funding, in this next budget cycle for anything else. After, frankly, everybody can do some outreach within their communities to figure out, where it was going to be aviation, it was going to be Alta Vista, and the like. But any event.
I would say, point of order, you might as well do the vote for Alta Vista or Perry Park. Which one is really the preferred of the audience members?
Sure. I guess, well, the thing is, does Alta Vista even have it? You don't know.
How many people would prefer a conversion of a single tennis court at Alta Vista?
Versus Perry.
Versus Perry Park. Yeah, I'm just curious. Okay, so it's about equal.
It's great you guys showed up. We don't normally just take us. The
right.
other problem I need to point out to everybody is the funding for Alta Vista is $82,400.
Right.
So
that's only if you do that's if you build a new standalone court outside of the existing 8 courts.
It's $42,400.
Yeah.
Oh, got it.
The conversion is $42,400, which is under the $50,000.
That's all right. I got it. Go ahead. Sorry.
All right. Let me see. Oh, one other thing I was thinking about, as far as Franklin Park, what I've heard the concern is that the noise is problematic. Now, doing some Google research here, is it true that there are quiet paddles and quiet balls, or that's a myth? No, I'm seeing no. Okay, good. That's why. I tell people not to do the legal research on Google, and clearly you shouldn't do your pickleball research on Google either. All right. That's it for me. I will favor restriping. And by the way, it's not just restriping Perry Park, but they're going to lay down a new coating altogether. That's why it's $35,000. That's not chump change. It's going to be a nice court. So.
Just to be, if I can turn my mic on here, it's to repair, I think, any deficiencies in the concrete. I think it still will be a concrete surface. Correct me if I'm wrong, Pamela? Maybe.
Yes, it will be. It's approximately $5,500 for striping one court. So there'd be 3 courts plus the basketball courts, and then the refinishing or grinding, smoothing out the surface so it's an even playing surface.
Got it. Well, sorry. Okay, so not repaving, but that was the wrong word. But that sounds pretty good. All right, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
So I've heard a lot about pickleball. I've seen many of you come to me. Desiree, John, George have mentioned this. So about a month ago, I went to go to Florida to see a couple of my college friends I hadn't seen in like 30 years. And one of them took me out to play pickleball. I'm just kidding. It was phenomenal. I had a great time. It took me 5 minutes to pick it up. It was not hard on my knees, and it worked up a sweat, but it wasn't something outrageous, and I can understand your passion behind it. It was phenomenal. They happened to live in a planned development. It was already built. It looked like what would be 1 or 2 tennis courts. I think there were 3 pickleball courts. So I'm totally in favor of this. I get where you're going. I think what we need to do is walk before we run. I think we all agree with that. Let's get going on this. So let's see if we can restripe, whether it's Perry. I think a lot of people want to see Perry. There doesn't seem to be contentious at all. There's a little bit of contention with Alta Vista because we've got not only neighbors around it, but we also have taken courts. I want to ask Councilmember MD what she thought of building a couple courts at Anderson at that soccer field. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's a very used area for soccer, and I think that'd be a tough sell on that.
Okay.
To be honest with you, especially based on, like Mr. Horvath said, on the last time we talked about Anderson, that'd be a tough sell.
Okay. So I personally like the idea of the north lot at Aviation. And I actually like the idea of what Holly Osborne said. I don't know if we can do that. That's a little more complicated, I think, because we've got a lot of activities at the Performing Arts Center, right?
We do, and when we are rolling at the PAC, we have overflow parking demand issues, and that location also feeds back towards the swale that's south of the field. There is drainage issues there too.
So it's more
if we're serious about the longer term solution, which I think really is Aviation, it would be great if we could maybe convince Northrop to use some of their very underutilized and unused parking spaces, because they don't use but much of any of the west side of their lots.
Yeah, and it's not near anything. I'm not so much in favor of the open field for a number of reasons. One is a lot of you don't know the history there. There's a pool buried potentially under there. It's the old Aviation High School pool. That area was promised for residents in North Redondo for years for a pool. We don't know what we want to build there. It's our last large field that we have. So I think we should look at the lot, maybe talk to Northrop. Is there a way that we can slurry seal it and build 3 courts there temporarily after we talk to them and see if we can lease it? Because I think, I go by that, there's nothing there, it's roped off. I don't know what you think. Mr.
Yeah, if we could, if you look at that, the use of that lot over the years, it's not been much. It's predominantly been overflow parking for Aviation field use and the PAC use.
Yeah.
We have a reciprocity agreement with Northrop for that. You might also know that they actually use our gymnasium through a reciprocity agreement to work out and as part of sort of an employee benefit. So there could also be, I think, potential Northrop employees that would benefit from pickleball courts if they were installed. We could look at, as a follow-up, an east-west court orientation on a more temporary basis that wouldn't force the retaining wall issues and the drainage issues. We could look at that. It might not be optimal from a wind and sun pattern, but we could try it if the pickleball community is interested in it. And first and foremost, we could convince Northrop to let us use the space.
So we could have 6 courts pretty quickly if we were able to slurry it, maybe. Okay.
Dealing with Northrop's a big fat maybe.
Okay.
Let me just put it that way.
And I know Franklin is a little bit controversial, but I've heard some people are playing there. We've heard that. There haven't been complaints. Is there a way that we could potentially also restripe those? I know that it's not ideal, but those are 2 more on the basketball court.
Yeah, we certainly can. I mean, that one we can do fairly easily. Now, the one thing I'm not 100% sure of, if we permanentize the use, do we then have an ADA accessibility issue that we have to address at Franklin, or are we on solid ground there if we, maybe only the basketball court? Because I think the volleyball court is an island.
It is an
So
island.
that would require pathway installation.
There would need to be a path to the basketball court too. There's the path that runs adjacent to it, but then there's a bit of a slope. So it might even be a ramp issue.
Okay, so we could have some, if we permanentize that use, we might have some accessory side improvements that we have to implement.
Okay.
But we can look at that. We can bring that back in more detail if that's something the council.
I think we all just want to get this going quickly and then study this, because as the mayor said, we have what's called our CIP, Capital Improvements Projects, budget meeting in mid-June, our second meeting in June, I believe. So, that's where some appropriations take place. Again, this is not a 6-month deal. This is a couple years probably. But what we want to do is get you guys going out there, and so I can plan them too. So.
Well, you already spoke. I'm sorry, we
can
can't
only
have
speak
people
once.
jumping up in the middle of everything. But you can write us an email. Yeah.
Yeah, but again,
We're going to be talking about this for a long time.
I just to address John's concern, this takes appropriations, it takes study, it takes bidding, it takes lots of things. It takes a long time. Striping is the interim solution. It is not the permanent solution whatsoever. So that's why we don't want to tell you guys, this is the right solution, when it's not going to happen in 6 months. It takes a long time to do that. I mean, we're doing multi-year on the Seaside Lagoon. That's how long the stuff takes. So, it seems like it's easy to do. It's government. It takes a while. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm at right now. But let's see if we can get you guys going quickly as soon as we can on this.
So everybody knows our budget dates in June. First time we discussed the budget is June 7th. And then we talk about CIP and what projects we're going to pursue on June 14th. So put that date down. And then we finalize our budget a week later on June 21st. So those are the dates upcoming. Like I was saying, this is good timing. And the other thing I noticed, Northrop made $9 billion last quarter. Yeah, I think they could afford some pickleball courts for the community where they're making all this money.
Right.
Yeah.
The Northrop Grumman pickleball courts.
Okay, so next up is Councilmember Narenheim.
These things are hard to turn on, aren't they?
Right?
There you go. Okay. It's the next step from tennis, what I've been told over the last year from all the tennis pros, tennis shops. If you've ever been to Breakpoint in Riviera Village, tennis shop, they sell great pickleball stuff. Go on down there. Free, shameless plug for them. They're new. Councilman Horvath said, be the hero. The problem with being a hero is now you create a tragic situation and maybe even a war. And I count out here 20, 30 pickleball supporters and your online petitions and stuff. But people forget that in our agenda packet, there's nearly 100 people that have signed on to not put pickleball conversion of a court at Alta Vista. That's just 100 people that they got a hold of. There was another petition that went around, a different one, that was nearly just as much. And there was a comment made about usage, but we can get a lot more people, 32 people, 32 more cars, impacts the parking. Totally hear what you're saying. And Mr. Wazansky, and you guys aren't gonna like this answer. Mr. Wazansky, how many CIP projects over 15,000 do we currently have, and major projects, infrastructure, everything else?
I think last count 130. Where's Ted? Yeah, somewhere in that ballpark.
So it took me 3 years to get a bulb out in the Riviera Village for a stop sign at Casa Playa, Padón's Pizza, and L&L Barbecue so that the kids who come down from the schools that have lunch there can safely cross the intersection. 3 years, okay? So I want to get you guys something sooner than later. And something that struck me on the Franklin Park issue and the Anderson Park issue is, regardless if we stripe this or not, regardless of the comments that were made, they're going to continue playing there. So I would like to see the usage of Franklin Park, the 2 courts that are currently there on the basketball courts there, the Anderson Park made permanentized.
Are they playing at Anderson Park? Did I miss that?
Yeah, at the tennis court.
No.
Basketball court, sorry, basketball court. Anderson.
Very.
Hold on.
Nobody plays at Anderson.
Very.
that I-
Are you sure about that?
I think
Miss Horta?
I saw striping.
Miss Horta?
Blue striping, right?
Hold on. Do you, I would like to do a screen share real quick, and somebody can explain to me what this, well, Eleanor, can you put it, yeah.
Half a court. Somebody's playing with themselves?
Is that,
Blue lines, I don't know what that is.
is that not pickleball? I don't know. Tell me. Okay.
Yeah, they stopped playing there.
Okay. So my point is this. In the report, it says it could be used there. It's striping and adding quality striping there, adding quality striping at the Franklin Park location, and then the Perry Park location, the 3 locations there, the dual striping. So what I would like to see, I'll make a substitute motion to direct staff to start working on doing a dual striping at Perry Park, at Franklin and Aviation. I guess we can't do, if we do a full package for them there, those 2 locations, that wouldn't be temporary, it would be permanent.
Yeah, if we have to be careful with the motion here. If you want us to pursue a more permanent installation at Franklin, we're going to have to come back with the complementary side improvements.
Right, at Franklin.
Yeah.
Only at the tennis court location.
Actually, I think it might be
No, actually not tennis court, sorry. The Franklin, only the basketball court, all these sports.
Yeah, there's a volleyball court pad and there's a basketball court
basketball
pad.
court.
I think maybe both might have an ADA requirement to permanentize it.
I looked at the Franklin
Basketball?
Park basketball. I have it on the map here. I have it on photos. There is a direct path, concrete path that goes up to that. There's no ADA requirement then.
Okay, if it's currently compliant, we're probably okay. If it's not, then we might have to change the grade there and make that compliant. But that is obviously a more doable location than some of the others.
Right. So again, let me restate my motion. I'll make a motion to Franklin Park to do the striping for the 2 locations cited on the basketball court, to work on the Perry Park 3 locations and the Anderson Park, the 1 location on the basketball court that's called out in the study on the basketball court. Here, I'll write this. I should write down my notes. I read my notes. And to motion and direct staff to deal with Northrop Grumman for investigation of a pickleball court for both east-west and north-south and any other location on Northrop Grumman property long-term.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
So is that to move forward on Franklin, Perry, and Anderson?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the funding for that?
So
how much does that cost? Those 3 things right there. Because studying Aviation Park, I don't think it's a cost. But certainly carrying out all 3.
Let's see what we have in the matrix and maybe Pam can help us here.
Yeah, can you show us the matrix? You see, the problem, folks, is to fund anything over what happens in the budget, for some reason, you only need 3 votes to pass the budget, right? And then you set the budget for the year going forward. To make budget amendments going forward requires 4 votes. I know that doesn't sound like much, but the mayor can veto just 3 votes. You can't, but to get a budget modification, even to get 4 votes, it's hard, because we've already set the budget.
Plus 6, 47.
So right now, we have.
50,000.
We spent, how much on this study have we spent, Kelly?
15,000.
50, so we spent 15,000 on the study, so we got $50,000 left from the last budget. Do anything above that is gonna require a 4/5 vote, which isn't that easy to get, believe it or not, and as you can tell, there's not a lot of agreement up here right now tonight. But, so anyway, next month, when we settle on the budget, we'll get a budget, and there'll be 3 votes or unanimous, but, it'll be easier, just so you guys know how it works. And we're a month away.
So
right now, we got $50,000, we can just do it, right? Because we've already allocated. So that's, so you guys know.
So the Perry Park cost us $35,000. The $6,000 for Franklin Park.
Per court. So if we strike 2 of those, that's 12. Because if you're talking basketball, I think
got
we
it.
can
Okay.
fit 2, right?
Okay, yep.
Pamela,
No,
2.
this says restrict basketball court, 6,000, 3,000 each court.
Oh, okay, so so that's 2's
2,000
covered
each
there.
court,
Yeah,
right.
you got it.
Okay. And then 1,500 for Anderson Park at the restripe existing basketball court. That comes to a grand total of 42,500.
Yep.
So
That would
that's
be
under the
within budget.
50,000, gets it done, and then we can come back during budget season and look at other things, and maybe Northrop can help us
And
out.
assuming,
9 billion.
we haven't triggered anything at Franklin, and I think if we're a basketball, we might be okay there with striping. One thing I want to make sure everybody understands is we'll stripe, but I don't think we're planning to install permanent fence, actual tennis court netting.
That's fine,
Yeah.
because if there's a significant issue, what I see now is regardless if we move forward at Franklin and some of these other locations, these illegal courts, so to speak, they're going to continue being used. So why don't we just make them, with this temporary striping and kind of go from there? And it's only 2 of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 courts. So what they did at Franklin and Anderson, it's only 1. So yeah, I think that would be in the budget.
It's within budget, and maybe what we could do then is use the remaining funds, assuming that we do have them as estimated, to do the further exploration of that east-west orientation and resurfacing and aviation, assuming we could get cooperation from Northrop.
Okay.
Which again, I just want to caveat, I want to get everybody's hopes up. That's a big if. We're probably going to need everybody's help to convince them to let us use the space for this purpose, but.
We're going to give them naming rights, right?
Yeah, they haven't been too excited about naming rights in the past. They, $9 billion a quarter. It's, they don't need the advertising.
Everybody knows what they do.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a motion, what's called a substitute motion. So that'll be voted on, and if that doesn't pass, then we go back to the original motion. So is that it?
I have mine.
Councilmember MD.
Okay, so here's what's, that lot's been empty for decades, just so we're clear. It's been empty for decades. And what made me kind of go back to it, and yes, there's been a lot of talk about putting in a pool there for years, but there wasn't a big funding. It's a lot of money to put in a pool. And then a few years ago, we talked about it being possibly a homeless, the pallet shelter, homeless shelter there. And I went to go look at it and I thought, oh my gosh, this is where we can put the pickleball courts. And so I went out with the Carters and we measured and we did all that. And I really think that I know it's tempting to try to get 2 more courts, but I think the north-south orientation would be really awesome because then you can really have a quality court facility on there. And so we can keep that, but I want you to be aware, the mayor brought you the dates on when the CIP and the budget's going to be on there. You need to come back and advocate for that because now that people know about this space, there's now competition as far as a pool, as far as the community garden is suddenly coming up. And that's not to say that any of those uses are not important because they are. But we're in a community that doesn't have a whole lot of space to work with any of these kind of, facilities. And they're all important and they're all should be given the same type of consideration. But my stance is pickleball was first. That's it. Thank you. I'm good.
Did you want to speak? No?
Nope.
Okay, so there's a substitute motion on the floor to pursue striping Franklin, Perry, and Anderson. It's within budget. And I would say if this passes, folks, you got to consider this temporary, because if they restripe Anderson and we get a ton of complaints, you know, it ain't the end of pickleball in Redondo, but it's going to be gone. I mean, I can tell you right now, because people live there all day, every day. You can't do that to them. But there might not be. I mean, I was really surprised at Perry that, you know, because this house is right across the street, and they said they haven't heard any complaints at all. You don't get any complaints from the residents about?
I've gotten 0 complaints of the residents about.
You just
pickleball.
never know. You never know. Believe me, it's like things happen, and you're going, "Wow, man, you had no idea about a lot of things." So anyway, did you want to comment again?
Yeah, just a quick comment to staff. When we get these dual uses going, or we get these new striping going, we definitely need to, before we do that, monitor when it's being played and kind of contain it, enact regulations to contain it to those hours. Because if all of a sudden now the dual uses are put in at Perry, but now the courts are being used all daylight and all evening hours, when it's lit up for pickleball, then the basketball players are going to be very upset about that. So I'd ask you that if we make these permanent and dual use, that you use them in the same manner that you've been currently using them, and you just take advantage of the fact that the city is making it easier to play your sport, and kind of flattening out the land. So.
Yeah, no, we appreciate that comment, and we do, we'll do our best. That typically when the teen center is operational, we have good staffing. We actually have on-site support to help with that. But we'll do our best to monitor the permit scenarios and make sure that pre-scheduled practices and team use are prioritized, drop and play second, that kind of thing. So yeah, do give us some leeway in managing that in the future.
Okay, I'll do a roll call vote on the substitute motion. Councilmember Narenhut.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
I'm going to support pickleball, but I'm going to vote no on this motion. I don't agree with the motion.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
I'll do aye.
Okay. So basically what happened, you guys, is we're going to move forward on what I mentioned, right? But that's just the beginning, really. You need to come back to that meeting and keep doing everything you're doing, and we can do something much bigger. So, and staff's going to talk to Northrop, and so, certainly set the table. And these new sites, like I said, man, don't be surprised if they get undone. One of them, I'd be surprised if one of them doesn't get undone, just because the residents might really be up in arms. But we don't know. Maybe not. That's why we do try these things and see what happens. So anyway, there you go. Pass 4-1. Get some pickleball courts coming. Okay, next up, discussion and possible action regarding to replace the city's website and content management system.
I thought they were here for that.
Yes, that'll be me, Mayor, tonight.
Okay.
The pretty brief item here. What we're looking to do is really, as you all know, we're in the process of coming back with a new website platform. We discussed briefly sole sourcing the concept with Granicus. Council asked some very good questions the night of the meeting. We as staff asked follow-up questions and struggled to really get satisfactory answers. So recently, you all approved a migration agreement for us to bring back the current city website platform in-house. We'll monitor it. We have now the appropriate contract for future licensing and software for us to continue to do that while we embark on a new request for a new vendor process. What we'd like to do to assist that is create 2 working groups. One of a subcommittee of the mayor and council, ideally just no more than 2 council members that would volunteer some time to be touchstones on this effort. And then secondarily, a separate working group that would have to be run by myself and staff. It cannot be cross-pollinated with council because then it triggers Brown Act requirements. Made up of just a select few residents who have expressed interest in our communication platform here in town. I've got a few in mind. The members would have to be appointed by me. in order for us to not run afoul of the Brown Act. So I'd like to start those two working groups. Luke Smoody, Chris Benson have begun to put together what we're calling an RFI, which would be our initial request for information from possible vendors. It's a fairly detailed document. Luke's got a little bit of experience in this. Our goal would be to release that to prospective bodies here in a fairly short order, but we would like to have an opportunity to touchstone our process with members of the subcommittee as well as the community as we begin to work forward. Eventually with the goal of selecting a vendor to provide a replacement website platform that would provide for more contemporary, modernized community engagement. We know our website's stale. We'll do our best to manage the content on there and make it more relevant and helpful to the community in the meantime while we work towards a better long-term solution. So our recommendation tonight is hopefully for you to bless that process and provide a couple of volunteers among yourselves to support our effort.
Okay, Councilmember Nairn.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, I'll volunteer. I actually had an email written out. Maybe I sent it's not in my drafts folder, but this 30-day retention policy it's only 30 days. I had a nice long one written
That's
out.
a separate topic. Yeah.
Imagine that.
I know. I've actually found quite a few websites, quite a few different systems, and from what I've learned by looking at a lot of the stuff, getting us away from Granicus, it would be great. I mean, it's just like man. I'll just say that there's a lot of other platforms out there. They do great jobs. I got to resurrect the email. Maybe I didn't. I got to find it. But there's a lot of good services out there that are separate than what we see out there. Civic Spark or Civic CRM, CV something is a good one. It's about, if we're going to build a custom website, this is what those guys that we had were wanted to do. Then we can go with a custom website provider and manage it correctly. By the way, I want to thank you for doing the refresh and getting content and moving forward with updating things on a website, because you're absolutely right. That's like the number one thing. It doesn't really matter what it looks like if the information is old and lame, sterile, then it's not worth it. So the city of Redondo has had a long history with weird websites, and more than happy to lend my hand. It was run by high school students 10, 15 years ago, actually, I want to say.
Maybe a little older than that, but yeah.
Maybe a little older. I'll throw my hat in the ring for that, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Sorry, I'd support Nils, Councilmember Ehrenheim being on a committee. I guess I was just going to request that we continue to send out the Zoom invitations to these meetings to the council members, because if I want to walk back to grab a snack real quick, I can't continue to listen to the meeting.
Well, you actually can. You've got audio in the hallways, and then when you get back to food, there's it's on live stream back there.
Oh, all the back there. Got
There's
it.
a little gap in between.
There's a
but
gap.
You
I
got
got
just
it. Okay. All right.
just a little bit.
I've been making it halfway down and then stopping.
Back to the future.
Just don't pause on the.
It did.
Yeah. I don't know if anybody else wants to volunteer, but if it's a one-man subcommittee, I think that's okay, because Councilmember Ehrenheim's kind of a web expert. I guess Councilmember Horvath is too. And I'm not sure. You got a bandwidth? You want to jump on?
I'm happy to. I mean, I worked on it with Chris last time a little bit, but I'm happy to lend 20 years of experience. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'd support I'd make a motion to adopt the recommendations of the city manager on this front, and I appreciate it.
There's a motion and a second. Just got to determine who's going to be on the subcommittee. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Well, I was just going to say, I'm glad to do it because I want to look at streaming too. I think that's a big thing, and that's my bailiwick. So
That's a huge part.
I mean, we're having major problems with streaming. I mean, I wouldn't say major problems.
And we are.
Chris and company are doing everything they can to make it work, but there's issues.
There are, and that is currently, we're sort of stuck with that one for a little bit because we've got a longer-term contract with Granicus for that particular service, but it is an issue that we need to address longer term.
I was able, I may have mentioned this to you before, I was able to determine one of the reasons why we're having that. I got no response out of Granicus, but I think the two go hand in hand, per se, for hosting. I mean, website and the hosting and CMS.
Certainly long-term, absolutely,
I mean, I don't want to fight over this. I mean, I'm glad to step aside or whatever. I just thought that for streaming, that might be part of this. Did you have that in mind?
Well, we'll certainly be considering it. By the time we bring the new platform on, I think our contract with Granicus for our Legistar and Legislate services will probably be up. I mean, oh, well, maybe not. We got a little bit of time, but we'll have to be thinking about it.
For us too, his thing. He didn't get a second. Oh, he did?
Yeah,
Okay. Make a substitute motion.
There was a motion made by Councilmember Obaji, second by Councilmember MD, to accept staff's recommendation. There's.
Ultimately, you all have to
one person
decide.
on the subcommittee, I guess, was Nels, but anyway,
He also mentioned Horvath.
yeah, so.
I have one question. How long will this subcommittee meet?
My intention with the subcommittee members would be to meet only as needed and as conveniently as possible. You're all busy, both in your private lives and all your other volunteer activities on the council. So try to do our best to limit it. I think we'll have a little more formal structure with the citizens group. And again, those will have to run in parallel.
I was really referring to not how often, but how long. Like, are we talking a year or something?
Well, it certainly could take us that long to get through the full process for procurement, I believe. I mean, it's quite a few steps. We've got the RFI, we'll digest the RFI, we'll have follow-up questions, we'll develop criterion for selection. We'll identify, I think, exactly what we prefer in the content itself and then bring them in. And ultimately, eventually, after we make a selection, we'll need to procure the scope of contract service. So by the time they're on board and built out, it could be a while. The subcommittee's work at some point's no longer going to be needed. It's going to convert to a contract. It's going to come to the council, and we'll be kicking it around here. So it's really just, it's organizing the material, organizing information, and making sure we're not missing obvious things in our desires here from a community standpoint.
Okay.
So, roughly 6 months, 9 months, maybe longer, all the way through build out.
Anything else? Councilmember Nairn.
Yeah, I mean, this is, streaming is a big part, CMS is a big part. If this takes longer than a year, I'll just make a motion to accept staff recommendations and put myself and Councilmember Lowenstein on the subcommittee for the council action, and then create a subcommittee. I don't know if you don't need us to make them.
Yeah, that one you just have to say you're comfortable with our process, and I'll have to create that.
Yeah, I'll let you create a subcommittee and choose who you need to choose for the residents. For the residents.
With some recommendations, we could have.
Well, I can talk to you all privately, but I need to ultimately make the final selections, and we don't want it to be too big a group. I mean, I'm thinking 3 people maybe.
Okay.
From the community. Maybe 4, if we've got some good names. I don't want it to be too unruly. I want it to be manageable, something we can be fairly nimble with.
Got it. Okay, I'll second it.
Okay, so there's a substitute motion with a second. Public comment. I got a card here from Sheila Lamb.
Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to express my full support for the proposed RFI that will pave the way to a new website, including content management and hosting services to replace the existing website. I also would like to thank City Manager Mike Wodzinski, along with Luke Smoot, for making this item a priority for 2022. The current Redondo Beach website is behind the times, to say the least. And here are some comparisons. Like the difference between rotary phones and cell phones, dial-up connections to high-speed internet, horse and buggy to electric cars. The list could go on. The transformation of this website to a modern website will mean that Redondo Beach residents will have one-click access to the council agenda, where now it is 3. We will be able to enter a search term like waterfront amenities plan and not get building and safety division or about the fire department as the top two responses, as is the case now. And even more importantly, during times of crisis, Redondo Beach community members will be able to rely on up-to-date information from its local city website, connecting them to what they need to know right now, instead of going to a neighboring city's website to gain that information, such as happened during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. Sadly, many community members, so frustrated with the Redondo Beach website, have given up trying to engage. This truly must be remedied. The resident experience on the city website must be front and center of this improvement strategy. This will open the door to a renewed sense of citizen engagement, which is what truly makes a strong town. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Okay, anyone else in the public want to comment on this item during our website? Anybody online, Eleanor? Online. Okay, I guess I'll do a vote on the substitute motion. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji. Absent Councilmember Imdi.
Aye.
Okay, so that passes. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. We'll get to work.
Okay.
That was easy, Bart.
Yeah, this was easy.
Yeah, right. Okay, item N4, receive and file a report on mural ordinance options and available mural locations throughout the city. Who's going to handle this, Mike?
This will be Cameron, I believe. He's probably wasn't expecting this item to go quite as quickly as it did.
Yeah.
Look, can you check? Yeah, great. That'd be great.
I said 9:30. That was my bet.
Where it went.
Also, you want me to sing some elevator music while we wait?
We don't pay extra for that.
That's right.
Especially for you.
That's right.
I mean, granted, you were just at
Yeah. Got a little training over the weekend.
Over the weekend.
Yeah.
It's not even on.
Here we go.
You hear it back there? You heard it back there?
Put on my notes to check.
Better than this one. So much better.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. I'll be providing a presentation on mural ordinance options and as well as locations. So you might remember that this was actually part of your strategic plan, and the objective stated in the strategic plan, as I previously stated, was to provide a report on mural ordinance options and available sites. So to research this item, we tried to find some example ordinances, and what we found was there wasn't a whole lot of municipalities of the same size of Redondo Beach that really had ordinances. The examples that we did find were from much larger organizations. As you'll see on the slide there, the city of Los Angeles had a pretty robust ordinance that include regulations regarding fees, murals on private versus public property, the process to obtain permits, and regulations surrounding grandfathered murals. The city of Glendale is just now working on an ordinance, and they're anticipating bringing something that their city council in the summer of 2022. And the city of Long Beach took a rather unique approach, which was they created a mural toolkit that provides information on the application, approval process, roles of staff, etc. So you do have a municipal code
that outlines standards and guidelines for public art and private developments and city CIPs. The code requires new developments to include public art as part of their project at a cost of at least 1% of the building valuation, or make a monetary contribution of at least 1% of the building valuation to the city's public art fund, which I'll talk a little bit more about in the next slide. The municipal code also requires the city to install a public art project equivalent to 1% of the building evaluation. So as mentioned previously, the John Parsons Public Art Fund was adopted by City Council in 2015. This is where the in lieu fees and public art specific donations would be collected. So if a developer does not choose to install a public art piece on the development, this is where they would put the monetary donation. Funding is allocated through the guidance of the Public Art Commission, and funding can be used for citywide public art projects. The best example we have right now is the Utility Art Box program. And as you see there, the current balance of the fund is just north of $900,000. So as for potential sites for murals, you did adopt a public art master plan in 2016. It identifies several sites for potential murals throughout the city. And any artist may propose an alternative location not included in the master plan through a presentation to the Public Art Commission, and then the commission would ultimately make a recommendation to you for direction. So as for next steps, if the council does desire an ordinance, what we'd like to do is provide a presentation to the Public Art Commission that would include information from the example ordinances from other agencies, information on the current municipal code that we have, and a review of the Public Art Master Plan. Typically what the Public Art Commission does, as well as a lot of our commissions, is they would form a subcommittee to do a little bit of a deep dive into this, recommend some framework of an ordinance, and then we would work with the city attorney's office to begin drafting a draft ordinance that would ultimately be presented to you for consideration. So with that, our recommendation tonight is to direct community services staff to work with the Public Art Commission to develop a draft ordinance for your review. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
All right. Thank you, Director Harding. So do we know what the common thread is in places like Sacramento, Denver, that have seen a proliferation of murals at all? Is it because they had that mural ordinance, or because the city's paying for the muralists to go put up those murals? Do we have any idea?
I don't. The examples that we looked at, as you saw on the slide, really just dealt with regulations and the process.
Okay, and do we know how many murals the Public Art Commission has approved since the Public Art Master Plan was adopted in 2016?
I'm not aware of that either. I don't have that information offhand. I could certainly pull that, but I don't know tonight. No.
I think all of them have been private.
What's that?
They've all been private businesses.
But they have not gone through the Public Art Commission?
No, everything, all the murals that I've seen go up in the past 6 years have been on private property. So, Hudson House, Dave's Old Bookshop. There's a whole bunch around the town.
What I could add is that most of the art installations that we have initiated from a city perspective haven't been murals. They have been some other form of sculptural or structural art. We have initiated and commissioned work for the mural wraps on some of the utility boxes that you've seen around town. All of those projects went through the Public Art Commission. Any city-initiated project has gone through the Public Art Commission, but murals that I think have been installed predominantly as part of private developments, the few that have gone in have all been part of the development itself, and where appropriate would have been approved by through the design review process at the planning commission level.
So I guess what and I've discussed this with our city manager a bit, is that what I'm concerned about is that we've got $900,000 in our public art fund. Murals are one of the most inexpensive way to add art in a significantly visible way to our city. And yet we're seemingly making very little progress on that front. So besides a mural ordinance, and I'm happy to I'm happy to make the motion to direct staff to move forward with the Public Art Commission on a mural ordinance. I also would like to direct staff to develop a strategy for conducting outreach to private businesses who have muralizable walls, so that we can start to potentially apply our public funds towards putting art on those walls.
Yeah, it's really a matter of dedicating staff to push that effort forward. And we, as this council is aware, the loss of the cultural arts manager position has really hurt us in that regard. That's really the function, one of the key chief functions of that position, in addition to supervising the performing arts center activity. So we'll probably be talking a little bit about that at budget when it comes back. But the few murals I can think of that have been part of the master plan have been initiated by that position in its former life. So.
All right. When was that position eliminated?
It's been almost 2 years now.
Is that just because the person holding it left and we didn't replace it?
No, it was that was actually at the start of the pandemic, one of our layoff positions. We actually eliminated that position while it was still staffed, one of 2 layoffs.
She had just been hired, too.
Yeah, she was fairly new hire at the time.
Got it. All right. Well, that's it for me. I guess I'll make those motions to direct staff to proceed with mural ordinance and also develop a strategy for using public art funds to muralize private property in the city.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second. Just go.
I lost my agenda. Okay. So is there a second?
I second it.
I hear some mumbling. Okay, so there's a motion and a second.
We all agree on the premise.
Lowenstein, yeah. Okay, I apologize, I lost my screen. Who's,
I second.
Councilmember Aaron?
Thank you, Mayor Brand. So the only reason I'm pausing is I don't want to use part of the 1% art fund to start creating laws and doing legal and paperwork. I want to use the 1% artwork fund for artwork. That's right. So I don't, that's why I was like, so to that point, here's Culver City, art in public places. They have a nice little red book. I picked this up a couple of years ago, many years ago, actually. I've been meaning to do this for Redondo coming on the Art Commission. And they've got pictures of artwork all throughout, from murals to statement pieces and benches and phenomenal amount, an actual artwork, or art walk, excuse me. You can actually walk through, pick this up and go walk through the city. It's on their website, right here, handout. It's very nicely done. Can we share my screen here, please, Eleanor? So, Sacramento. You have to do it after you screen it because otherwise it doesn't recognize it. That's fine. No, you're good. You're good. Just keep going. There you go. So, Sacramento has an actual mural festival, okay? They have a map with a full-blown festival, and here are some of the things that they look like. These are all on private property. Here's the list. Here's the map throughout the city. They have a ton of them all over the place. So I would like to know, they started this in 1977. Office of Arts and Culture was established in 1977. Map of art festival. Why do we need I didn't have the time to research for them, but why do we need an ordinance?
No, it's a fair question. At the end of the day, the desire of the ordinance has got to be determined. I mean, what is our goal to work with the private sector to install more public art murals? We might be able to do that without an ordinance. If the goal is to force developments to include more robust public art as part of any proposed application, it may not be in a mural ordinance. It might be tweaks or modifications to what we do in design review or other requirements in, general planning guidelines. So I think when we talk about following up on mural ordinance, it may not be a standalone document. It may be us tweaking the current art requirements that drive the John Parsons Fund. It may be us tweaking elements of what we do in design review. It could come in a few different ways. We're going to need to research these other cities to find out what it is that they've done to make murals a bigger part of what's happening in their community. So there's more work to do here. Glendale is off to a pretty good start, I think, to help us potentially. They've done a kind of a mural program, compare and contrast among cities. I think Culver City's in that review, West Hollywood, LA. So it may be that they're researching kind of the tools and tricks of the trade. Long Beach doesn't have a mural ordinance. They have a kind of a policy kit that they're using. So it just, when we talk about following up on a mural ordinance, it may not be a specific prescribed Muni code function. It just may be us coming back to you with some recommendations on how to tweak our code in certain areas, and then ultimately how we want to drive these projects as more of a staff priority. I think it very well could be what we come back with.
Yeah, I'd be more in favor of that because you go around Sacramento, I mean, there's walks, there's tours, there's festivals. I mean, it is absolutely gorgeous. And they're all on private property. Calaveras on Avenue I has a great mural on the side there, Day of the Dead. And there's some other locations, and one other location in District 2 that has started putting some. And I don't know why we need to go down the path of necessary ordinance. I mean, I'd rather just direct you, if you're fine with what the motion is, to go and find these different avenues, but not necessarily an ordinance, then that's fine. But I'm not really convinced we need to spend legal time on creating an ordinance as a whole.
We may not. I mean, there may be a more cost-effective and efficient way to do this.
It depends on what your goals are. So it would help a lot if you determine your goals. In looking at LA, they were giving the ability to paint murals as a matter of right, exempting them from fees, but they'd had a previous ban on murals. And you may not like some,
graffiti art.
Exactly, or commercial. You have limitations on banners. You could have the entire storefront be a giant commercial that you don't necessarily want. It depends on, rather than focusing on an ordinance, it would help if you sent to the Public Arts Commission, hey, we'd like to see these things, and they could either come back and suggest, here's outreach, and you may want to have an ordinance to help with these things. But
so no,
it just depends on what the goal is, and I wasn't clear what the goal of the ordinance was.
No, and that's perfect, because one of the things I didn't show here on this search for Sacramento murals is it's murals and graffiti art. And graffiti art is absolutely gorgeous. There is some amazing stuff out there, but I wouldn't want someone to graffiti something and then say, oh, no, that's a mural, right? So I'm sensitive to that. So I would be in the favor of, a no-cost permit, so to speak, because I don't want to charge people to do artwork. And if there's a beautiful artwork in San Pedro made of murals, it's just gorgeous, and it was all done volunteer. And I don't want it to end up being we're charging $1,000 for this, and plus maintenance, plus this, plus that. So if we can get a process for just doing a permit, it's free, and I don't really necessarily want to use the John Parsons Art Fund for doing the administrative stuff. So.
Right. I mean, we had a pretty good thing going about 4 years ago when we created the Public Art Commission, we created the master plan. at the then cultural arts manager, was pretty dedicated to working with the artist community to grow and create some installations. And we were successful to a degree. You know, staff transition, changes occur, and all of a sudden we lose people and we focus on different priorities, and that falls off. So we'll work with the Art Commission, and if your direction tonight is just find ways to prioritize those installations and be more efficient and effective about it, we'll work with the Art Commission to do that. It may be that we come back with small tweaks to our current ordinances. It may be that we just come back with a more strategic approach to tackling the master plan with staff resources.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I have for now. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
I agree that I couldn't understand why we needed an ordinance. And we have a master plan, and it's a great master plan. And the Public Arts Commission took 4 years to create that master plan, I think, or maybe 6 years. And I think I would just like to propose a modified motion to say just half of that, which was to develop a strategic plan strategy to implement the master plan.
I mean, to ask the Art Commission to do that?
Work with the Art Commission
Work
to
with our
develop a strategy to more expeditiously implement master plan elements of
Right.
public art.
So I'm cutting that motion in half. So taking out the ordinance part of it.
And look, if we identify tools in our current code that can be enhanced or tweaked to be more effective, we'll do that as part of the exercise.
But I trust the Public Art Commission to work on that and make that happen. And I think they would be I would think that they'd be motivated to make sure there's more murals out there. There's 14 spaces on Artesia Boulevard that have been identified in the public master plan that have, not been utilized. So let's, get the move on.
Okay, secondary motion, seconded by, or substitute motion, seconded.
No, it was a mod,
No, you asked for an amendment.
I'm not gonna amend the motion. I can explain it when I get called on.
Okay, then I'll make the motion that substitute motion then.
Seconded by Councilmember Horvath.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right, I'm not amending the motion. Here's why we need a mural ordinance. If you search the Redondo Beach Municipal Code and you search for mural, you do not get the understanding that you are allowed to paint a mural in the city of Redondo Beach. That is a problem. The only opportunity to put up a mural is when you do new construction. So existing structures and property owners don't know and aren't informed that they can put in a mural. And if somebody came to the city planning desk and said, "Hey, can I put a mural in this city?" What would staff say? I bet it would depend on what person they spoke to, and then I would get an email if it was in District 4. And then I'd email, and then I'd get an answer. So here's all I'm proposing. It's super basic. Look at Sacramento, what they say in their definition. Mural means original work of visual art that is painted directly upon the facade of a building with the permission of the building owner. B, is 6 square feet or larger. And C, does not display a message that advertises any business, service, or merchandise. All right? If our law says nothing except murals are permitted in the city of Redondo Beach, and that is the definition of a mural, I will be satisfied as far as mural ordinance goes. All right? That'll make it clear for everybody that murals are allowed here, first and foremost. Then the real work comes in on a strategy to deploy our public funds, our huge public art fund, in a very inexpensive manner onto private property in the city of Redondo.
Councilman, is it in the code in a specific section? Is it in its own set-aside mural ordinance, or what?
It's part of the ESC sign district. I just searched the municipal code of Sacramento for the term mural, and that's where it is. It's part of their definition of sign districts. What signs are allowed, what signs are not allowed.
Sound district?
Sign.
Because they have a lot of different districts, and I want to.
Okay, so that's my motion. Y'all don't want to pass it. That's perfectly fine.
Well, you weren't that
It makes
specific in your initial motion.
Well, I'm.
Well, all right.
So I was just saying you need to have the intent. I would imagine it's just not all murals are allowed, because I can think of plenty that are non-commercial that you probably would not be thrilled with in your residence. And you really shouldn't be using ordinances to make the public aware of it. I don't think that murals aren't being populated because of a lack of an ordinance. Now, you can put an ordinance in place if you want some controls, if you want to make certain that no fees. All I'm saying is it would help to have, so that was a good start. It would help if you just want to say murals are allowed, I might not recommend that, but it tells the Public Art Commission and community services what you're looking for. If you just say mural ordinance, doesn't.
So, okay, but, okay, I am not a full-time professional writing ordinances, but if I were, I would start with that definition and I would start to add no vulgarity, no obscenity, no profanity, no graffiti.
Oh, I know how to write it. I'm not,
right. And
I'm not elected to be a legislator. So it helps if the legislators make clear what the goal of the ordinance is, so that that staff and my office doesn't have to guess. If we'll look at LA, we'll look at Glendale, if you want it to be in an ordinance, and we can refer that to the Public Arts Commission. But a lot of times, or sometimes, just, I want this ordinance, that can mean different things. It can be really restrictive, it can not be restrictive. It helps us to know what you're looking for.
So I suppose the very first time I asked for this to be agendized, probably within the first few weeks of being elected, the reason for the request was exactly this. We don't have anything that informs folks that murals are legal in the city. So here we are again. I don't know that I get that the staff is, is thinned out and running on fumes. So I'm not upset about it, but I still want to go in that direction, which is, and maybe I'm not supported by the others, that's fine, but we need to have a mural ordinance that lays out the characteristics of a content-neutral mural that we would permit in the city that preserves the character of the city.
And that helps.
Enhances art in the city.
The point of my question is so we don't delay further time, because if staff doesn't know what the goal is, because you've laid out very clear, we want to make certain people know that it's allowed, and we'll recommend appropriate restrictions. But if staff doesn't know whether, staff gave you an example of LA, which they described as a very, I don't know that I agree that it's a very complicated ordinance, but they said it was, a full-on ordinance. Glendale has compared things, it would make sense. We haven't been involved in this up till now. I came out here because if you gave that direction, I wanted to be engaged in the conversation.
I guess here's what I'll clarify, is that it could be an ordinance that says murals are allowed in the city of Redondo Beach, consult the city manager's regulations for the characteristics of the murals that are permissible. That way, the murals, the characteristics can be updated, changed, modified without a whole city council full-blown vote. But that at least there's some document that says, hey, here's what the regulations are for allowing a mural in the city.
And I think in the meantime, we can also help to make clear that it is permitted and by what right and how that can be processed. So, I mean, that's something we can do internally as a communication piece that's separate from this action, but we can certainly look at that as, now, do you want us to do that more expeditiously? Do you want us to work with the Public Art Commission in this concept? And maybe it's a two-step process,
Well, it
maybe
seems
it's.
like he's just clarified his motion
Yeah.
that isn't up for a vote. That's it. So he clarified for Mike what he meant by an ordinance.
Right, so, and that included, the motion included working with the Art Commission, or do we want to bring that back more quickly?
But there's a motion on the floor that
Right.
doesn't
There's
include
a
that.
substitute motion.
No.
Which removes
you
the
guys,
idea of
You guys can
formulating
work
it.
it up. I don't know that legalizing murals in the city needs.
And it can still be one coming back, because the Public Arts Commission can say, yeah, we want to do it, but here are some limitations, and we suggest you pass an ordinance. It depends. Do you want to say, we're definitely doing an ordinance, or would you like to hear from Public Arts?
They're saying
They
they
could
don't
do it
want
in
to
one
an
meeting,
ordinance.
frankly. I mean,
Oh, yeah, probably.
you could do it in one meeting. they come back and say you need an ordinance, okay. They come back and say you don't, it's just a recommendation, then we can take it or leave it, so. Anything else? Okay. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Narenheim and MD. I don't know that we need an ordinance, but I hear the passion that's coming from Councilmember Obaji, and it sounds like if this is a priority, which I think it is, that's why we have a master plan for art, we can make that more of a priority. We can put that front and center on the website. We can, communicate out to residents, via flyers or businesses. You can work with the chamber and the NRBBA. And I would say we have a really passionate art community here in Redondo Beach. We have the Friends of the Redondo Beach Arts Group. We've got the Redondo Beach Arts Group. I think we have a lot of people who would advocate on behalf, in collaboration with the Public Arts Commission, to really put that forward. And, to your point, I guarantee you would find volunteers willing to walk around and knock on business doors and talk about it. If there was a piece that was put together by the city to promote what we do and what we want to do. That slide that Councilmember Narenheim put up of Sacramento, he said that they do the mural festival, right? He said they've been doing that since 1977. So they're clearly promoting it. They clearly have a movement there. And since 1977, 154 murals have gone up, right? So, I get it. You want to see more art. I would love to see more art too. I just don't know that we need a ordinance to do that. I think we could do it tonight just by saying, let's just make it a priority and move forward and get more information out there. And maybe to the point that Mike was kind of making, if there's a staff member, and I don't know if you're proposing bringing back the cultural arts manager, but if there's somebody on staff who tends to focus more in that area, I think that'll be a driver, from a staff perspective to assist with that kind of private-public partnership and making things happen. That's all.
It seems like one of the points of frustration here is the fact that there nowhere in our code right now is the word mural, based on the search. In talking to Cameron, our Public Art Commission is meeting at the end of this month to discuss the Veterans Park Library use, which is going to be a taxing meeting. Their next meeting would probably be in July. So if there's a bit of a hybrid motion here, it could be that we could come back with an option to add some form of mural definition or mural reference in the code to make that so it's clear that murals are permitted, and then we could work to develop more robust regulations with the commission after that. And in the meantime, as staff, we'll work to do what we can to see installations occur. It's going to be, practically, it's going to be a few months, I think, before we can have constructive dialogue with the commission to come back with a more robust sort of mural definition or ordinance conversation. So, and I can sense that we want to see this maybe move a little more quickly than that.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
I think I just spoke already.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Councilmember Emily, could you restate your motion for me real quick?
I was just saying that we could get a strategy I was just trying to compromise by making it half of his. So strategize to create a more robust program.
Send it to the Public Arts Commission to
Right.
discuss the strategy to implement.
Proposed modified motion to develop strategy and work with the Public Arts Commission.
Thank you. That's it. I'm open to it. I think we're on the same page on what we want. I don't think we need to have an ordinance for it. We'd like this master plan to kind of go forward a little bit harder. That's really what our intent and goal is.
Well, the archivists can also look at ordinances and think about whether it's useful or not, especially Glendale. They're the ones distilling out all these other ordinances right now.
Yeah, they're doing the comparative analysis, which will be helpful.
Yeah.
But adding the word mural to our code, there's value in that if we don't have it in there today.
Like our housing design guidelines are not in the ordinance, correct?
The reference to the design guidelines is.
It is, but the housing design guidelines are not. That's part of policy.
Right.
Right, that can be updated and not necessarily, I don't want to necessarily pass a law and ordinance and all of a sudden now we got to enforce this with cops and code enforcement and.
Somebody might build a mural.
Do that. Mural police? We could.
Wait, we don't enforce our codes? So, no, listen, the intent here, what I'm hearing is to promote murals in Redondo Beach. I've been saying this also for a long time, but there's only so much we can do. I don't feel we need to necessarily memorialize some of the stuff in the code to promote that, to your point, but we do need to think about strategically what happens if somebody puts something on somebody's wall and calls it a mural, whether it's a tenant, not the owner, I don't know, I could think of 100 different things I'm not going to get into, where an ordinance might be helpful. But at the same time, I don't want to start a permit program and have to deal with the city and staff. It's just like, this is artwork, right? Artwork is beholder of what is appropriate and not appropriate. I mean, I could think of a thousand things. So,
Could you refer it to them and ask the Public Arts Commission
So-
to give a recommendation on whether a model, an ordinance would be appropriate? As
Yes.
opposed to, we're definitely coming back with an ordinance.
right. So, Councilman MD, would you be amenable to adding an amendment in there to having the Public Arts Commission look at the definition of an ordinance if it's needed or required into our ordinance system, and for the sake of we don't have issues of graffiti or similar?
Sure.
Okay.
Definition of what, though?
Graffiti.
No, but you said look at the definition.
Whether
of
we need an
ordinance.
ordinance.
Definitely define, whether we need an
yes.
ordinance.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm into that. I like that. Be careful with beauty. Art is
Seconder, Christian, you were the second, so you're amendable to that?
Sure.
Amendment,
art,
okay.
art and is the beholder of the eyes or
Just
beauty
ask
or whatever
them a
that.
specific question, do we need an ordinance?
Yeah.
Art is.
That would be a recommendation.
There you go.
And maybe
Yeah.
what we'll do, rather than have the commission meet on a bi-monthly basis, we'll have them call
Well-
a meeting in June.
Well, but Glendale's coming back in July, and so if
Yeah.
they come back in
That-
July,
Is that-
they'll have
able to see
all of
it. I mean,
Glendale's,
and
and
I'm-
Glendale, they can look at all Glendale's work and then
And-
decide
and-
whether or not they want to.
I don't understand why we need to make our own stuff on so much stuff. We can just copy other people's
Glendale's
stuff,
getting
so.
ready, they're doing a comparative analysis right now, so they're
Right.
gonna have a,
All
what
right.
we were talking about.
Poor Councilmember Lowenstein probably has to get up early. He's.
What's that?
You're like, let's go.
Then we'll have them schedule it, we can have them schedule it for July,
Okay.
if
great.
that's ultimately what we want to
Any
do.
public comment,
For July.
Eleanor? Anybody in the public like to speak about the mural ordinance or the mural discussion we've had?
You sure? Nobody?
Recommendation to the Art Commission,
You got 3 minutes.
about 5 seconds. Okay. Anything online?
We have one e-comment submitted
Oh.
by Mark Nelson. As a resource, Reno, Nevada has a
ECHD.
large mural program run out of the mayor's office. There's a website URL provided. Mayor Skeeve is a generally helpful person in art issues. And that concludes the public comment.
I.e., he lives in Reno?
That's what appears, so, yes.
The guy that keeps writing about the Beach City Health District lives in Reno?
No, the mayor of Reno.
There's nothing to do with beach cities.
Oh.
have something to do with a certain project.
Okay, fine. Any other comments? Okay, great. So we'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Member Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, there you go. So we'll hear back from
Great.
the Art Commission. All right, N5, last item, receive and file a report on short-term and long-term improvements and additional amenities at Aviation Park. Cameron, you gonna do this one?
Yeah, let me get to the presentation here. Okay, this item is also on your strategic plan, and the objective reads as provide a report on Aviation Park, including short and long-term improvements and additional amenities. and included the painting of the gym, concrete work, and a potential aquatic center. So as you may be aware, the gymnasium has served the community since 1957. The gym includes basketball courts, which are also used as volleyball courts, and also has practice areas for dance. The facility was last painted 25 years ago, so is definitely in need of attention and repairs. We have had a third-party environmental hygienist prepare the environmental report and oversee hazardous material abatement.
Looks like a good place for a mural.
So in terms of painting the gymnasium, we're looking at a complete painting of the building exterior. We're hoping to at least begin this work in June. The painting would include replacement of the fascia boards and trim, recoat metal and piping, power wash the stucco and masonry, and paint the arc glue beams. We're estimating this cost will cost $132,000, and you've already appropriated $150,000 as part of this year's budget. In terms of the concrete patios and sidewalk, the overall condition of the walkways and patios are okay. However, some areas need replacement due to cracking and root replacement. We've incorporated this work into the Public Works work schedule. The work over at the PAC was just completed last week, and the work at the gymnasium will be done following the painting and abatement of the gym. We're estimating the cost of this work to be at $35,000. Did want to make a mention of the playground equipment, which is just adjacent to the gym. The rubber surfacing there is deteriorating and very inflexible. Public Works is currently working with the city attorney's office to prepare a contract agreement with an outside vendor to install new surfacing. And you did include funding for the project as part of this year's CIP budget. Also wanted to update the council on Aviation Field. You may remember you received a report on this back in the fall. The turf is still in bad condition and needs replacement. You authorized us to negotiate a new license agreement with South Bay Sports for the installation of new turf. That too, we are working through a draft agreement with SBS, and we're really hoping we can get that done as soon as July. So moving on to the Aquatic Center. As part of this year's budget, you asked us to prepare a budget response report on the feasibility of constructing and operating a 50-meter pool at the site you see there on the screen. In order to put together that budget response report, we talked with Merthyr Pools, who builds pools, designs and builds pools all over the world. Hirsch and Associates, who you heard from tonight with the pickleball study, to help us put together some cost estimates. And we also reached out to the city of Torrance to find out what their operating costs are on an annual basis for their facility called the Plunge. So you see the location that we're looking at is 170 feet by 185 feet and would be able to fit a 50-meter pool with ADA accessible pool decks. And as previously mentioned, the location did previously house an aquatic facility. So conditions of the former pool structure are unknown, and we'd have to do some soil testing there. So components of a potential aquatic center would include three things: site improvements, including earthwork, utilities, parking, landscaping, a pool deck and perimeter fencing. Outdoor multi-use swimming pool is what the type of facility would be looking at, which would be suitable for swimming, diving, water polo, instruction, and recreational swimming. And then also a support building, which would include locker rooms, restrooms, a staff office, mechanical room, and chemical rooms. So costs associated with an aquatic center, We're looking at, our estimates are just north of $13 million to construct. However, that number does not include costs of soil testing and potential removal of the old pool if necessary. And then annual operating costs, we're looking at between $1.3 and $1.4 million a year. So our recommendation tonight is to receive and file the report on needed improvements at Aviation Park. I'm available for any questions, and we also have our Deputy Director of Public Works here, Mike Klein, free to answer any questions as well.
Okay, thanks, Cameron. Excellent. Councilmember Nierenheim.
I was there today as part of my site visit for pickleball, and I looked at this place and I thought, wow, this place really, really, really needs a new paint job. Really needs. And I was like, oh, that's right, it's on the agenda tonight. And then I walked over to the field, and the field is melting. It's literally melting. I took a photo of it here. I don't need to screen share it, but it's just, yeah, I can't wait to get these two things done. It needs it badly. So you guys looking for a motion to proceed with the pool tonight and get it done by the end of the year? 13.3, you can get everything.
Give us maybe 8 weeks.
8 weeks? That'll work. I mean, listen, I love the idea of a pool. We're definitely going to have to, I've swam my whole life. Having more pools, we are pool poor in the South Bay. You laugh and you hear about this, but some of the best pools I swam in actually have been in East LA, in Southgate, a lot of other communities, indoor and outdoors. In fact, the best pool is at East LA College I've ever swam in. Old pool, old school. Fast. Belmont Plunge in Long Beach. The old Olympic pool is one of the best pools out there, but they had to demo it because it's literally falling apart and there's asbestos. They're building a Murtha above-ground pool. They're taking it from the Olympics, and they're just going to continue using that. So they're going to, and that's roughly 13-something million too, but it's a dual usage, and the city of Long Beach is actually going to build a new Belmont Plaza pool with the Tidelands Fund from the oil. So it's something like 50 million or something, 75, huge aquatic center. Anyways, I think it's a great idea. I just thought for the pool, but I don't think it's obviously a little bit pricey right now. And thank you for putting us to report with a place that needs the coat of paint. I was there today, like I said. Thank you. Do you need a motion to let everyone else talk?
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thank you for preparing this. I too was a competitive swimmer like Councilmember Nierenheim, and I was shocked that there are very few pools in this area. In fact, somebody told me that Plano, Texas has 8 pools. Now, Plano, Texas is quite a bigger city and they have quite a bit of money. But have we looked at, I think I've mentioned this, Manhattan Beach has done a study and they're very interested in building a pool. Have we looked at maybe sharing cost with them? Or another party like Beach Cities Health District or somebody else, because the great thing about a pool is it's from cradle to grave, except we don't want people in a grave swimming in a pool, obviously. But a lot of people that are young swim. I learned to swim at 3 or 4, and a lot of people use warm water pools. But I know people in their 70s and 80s that lap swim. And it's one of the things that you can do for a really long period of time, even more than soccer. Soccer, your knees give out. Tennis, your knees give out. But swimming is a really great sport. We all know that. And, I think it's time that we look at it. And I realize how pricey it is. But if we look at it with another entity, maybe we can make it work. I don't know. But I think I watched the Park and Recreation Commission meeting for Manhattan Beach about 2 months ago, 3 months ago, actually. And they're very gung-ho about finding a location, and it's right near Manhattan Beach. So I'm wondering if we could maybe, do that and talk with them. So I don't know if you have any thoughts, Mr. Witzansky, or.
Yeah, and Cameron has quite a few contacts still in Manhattan Beach and might be able to shed some additional light. If the council's interested in exploring this concept further, we absolutely can make those overtures. Beach City Health District definitely comes to mind. I've recently learned that City of El Segundo's in a bit of a pickle. They had invested significant money in partnership with, I think, Wiseburn, and their heaters just blew up. So their brand-new facility is, I guess the heaters were perhaps undersized, and they're on state architect property, so the fix is a little bit more complicated. So they're down a facility. So it is we are in a swimming community. There's no question about it. It's just a matter of, is this a site that the council would like to see perhaps purpose for that use? And if so, we can begin to explore options further and then determine if we can defray cost.
Yeah, it's something that we need to do some research on. I can guarantee you it'll be in heavy use. The high school pool or aquatic center is very used. There's lots of teams that form, and again, it's kids from all ages and to adults. And, as much as I love the ocean, not everybody does. A lot of people love swimming pools. Not everybody loves the ocean. I know that's hard to believe. What? It's hard to believe. But anyway, I just think it's something we should look at. This is obviously a long process, so.
You put a pool anywhere, they're already having controversy about pool use in El Segundo, brand new pool.
Yeah.
They're already fighting for it. You put a pool anywhere, 2 pools, they're gonna be very popular and they're gonna be used. Look what happened at the high school pool. You get to use it like 2 hours every Saturday and Sunday. And if they have an event, you can't even do that. So, yeah, I mean, pool pour is a good way to describe it. You look at the sponsors of the El Segundo Weisburn Pool, Continental Development, that would be the Lundquists, Connecticut, Lakers, Skechers, Chevron, Mar Ventures, Toyota, LA Kings. I mean, you build a consortium of people like that, corporations, to, make things like this happen. You're just going to go out and spend $15 million of city money.
Yeah.
You've got to partner, and it's really up to all of us. And meanwhile, get a pool to replace down at Seaside Lagoon.
Yeah.
So, and then we're going to put in pickleball courts, and then we're going to do mural ordinances. I mean, it's like we have some unlimited staff out there to do all these great ideas. So, and they're sitting over there telling, wondering, who to take direction for and where are we going to get all this. So, you guys need to throttle some of this. It's insane, frankly. Sitting here listening to all these things we're going to do, they're already busy. So, just, in part of this, like getting all these partnerships is up to us, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how they got them exactly, but I'd like to talk to, I'll talk to Richard Lundquist and them about, how they get going on this. And, all these companies are right there, frankly, in El Segundo. So Northrop Grumman's right there, made $9 billion last quarter. Always talk about how they participate in the community. And so this looks like a great way for them to, do something. So it's kind of a team effort. But again, we can't just keep sending staff off to, all these things we're talking about tonight, and then more, and then on, June. But I mean, it's kind of like, and we got what, 154 projects already?
Yeah, at last count, 130. But that's just in the capital budget. There's a few other things we're working on that are not in the capital budget too.
Okay. All right. Councilmember MD.
When we were talking about that same space for pickleball versus pool, I actually did a poll. It's just a quick, nothing scientific. Did a poll, and there's definitely demand for the pool, without a doubt. And there were a lot of sob stories from parents about how they have a difficult time getting pool time for their kids to be able to try out for junior lifeguards, to be able to to get going, to meet their times that they have to meet. There's definitely demand. And but it was about 50-50 about pickleball versus pool. So, but again, unscientific. Within 24 hours, I had 160 responses. I thought that was kind of decent for 24-hour response. And so, by far, a pool was lots of people were excited about it, and it'd be to be able to do a pool. It's true. They would want that. But yeah, we do have to get partnerships. And I blame the fact that there's such a heavy agenda, Mayor, on things that residents want, on the fact that we only have a short time up here and we're trying to get to satisfy what the residents want. And you can't blame us for that.
Yeah.
I'm not blaming you for that. Everybody's got to manage their expectations.
I agree.
Yeah, we're just going to come to every meeting and talk about all these things we want to do. I mean, we've got to manage our expectations. We got to stop. Because once we give these directions, we give them time for this stuff to happen.
I
Not just
agree.
keep giving them more and go, oh, now they want this, now they want that.
Oh, I
and
agree,
that."
but
Yeah.
you know,
I'm not telling you not to push things. I'm just saying we have to manage our expectations.
Well, I think we do, and I think we understand that. This is a multi-year type of thing. This is a long-term type.
Well, and I think, and for something like this, what is really helpful is this a site that the council would like to see purposed for this use, right? And same thing with pickleball. I mean, the reason we can't advance some of these initiatives is because there's a lot of options. And at some point, the council has to choose. So we're going to have this same discussion with the King Harbor Amenities Plan. At some point, we got to choose. We got to pick one, and then we got to work on it. And that's when the real work begins. But we don't invest a lot of time in mural ordinance or an item like this until we know that the council would like to see this property purposed for this use. Doesn't mean we're going to be able to fund it this year or 5 years from now. But if we know that the community has that intent, at least it gives us something to work towards on a, if not an immediate basis, certainly a casual and where appropriate basis. So that's what that's where it has to begin. You know, South Bay Sports, we talked about, that's about to spit out the pipeline. You gave us that direction in the fall, gives us a chance to work through it. We're negotiating the license agreement. We kicked the tires on the Kings as an option. They didn't really come through in quite the same way with the Galaxy as we had hoped, so we were back to South Bay Sports. We're working on that. Hopefully we'll see that come through in July. Same with the painting project. So we get there if you give us a wide berth, but it starts with you telling us, is this something you would like to see happen? And it does mean, unfortunately, for us to be productive, that we have to say no to other prospective uses, right? And we heard earlier today that there are a lot of different options for this dirt lot behind the gym. Pool's the only thing it's ever been used for, and dirt.
So I'd like to make a motion that we receive and file the report on short-term and long-term improvements and additional amenities at Aviation Park.
Second.
Just receive and file?
Mayor, we have a e-comment.
Oh, wait, time out. Don't we need direction?
We just, but that's what I mean. So when I hear that, if that tells me there isn't really a consensus on how to use the space, so then we don't make this sort of follow-up
We're talking about a
calls.
couple of things here.
Right.
We're talking about the basic stuff of the painting and the sidewalks and.
And that's in motion,
and the
that's
field.
rolling.
That's
So
just a receive and
we do
file.
not need an action here tonight.
No, you don't need an action
That
on
was a
any of that. But
report.
if you want us to work on an aquatic center or something like that, we would need direction.
Okay, so right now we're at receive and file. Was there a second to that?
I did, seconded it.
Okay, fine.
Mayor, we need to have the public.
I got a couple more council people want to
Okay.
speak, and then we'll go to the public. Councilmember Obaji?
We're gonna approach Manhattan Beach and tell them we want split pool lanes with them and a division chief, right?
In that order? You want me to ask Joanne, hey, where's our $15 million check to build the pickleball courts, use your parking lot and build a pool? Hey, and by the way, your employees can use it too?
I mean, they were using the field today.
I can
when was
certainly
there.
make that call. I'm happy to make that call.
Okay.
All right.
They're building Joint Strike Fighters there, so.
Yeah.
I'm okay
Their
with that.
business is
Strike fighter
booming.
pool and
I think
pickleball, space flight, I don't know.
outreach to Northrop is exactly a job for the mayor because only the mayor can
Yeah,
get
I mean-
Northrop's attention. But
We're gonna have to go above Joanne.
we did get some amount of money for our water facility at Seaside Lagoon. Can you remind me how much we got for that?
10 million.
Oh, just $10 million. And where are we on
Already
that?
on our way.
We're a third of our way to funding that project. Yeah.
Okay, so that's 30 million. All right.
It's 30.
Well, it's
if-
probably 30.
If we were to
By the
provide
time we get
direction on anything, it's let's complete that fundraising and double down on what we can do to fill that those coffers up before we touch anything else. Because you got to close up projects. We got to finish projects and demonstrate an ability to fundraise, which so far I haven't heard existed in this city in the history of this city, except for massive malls. So I would ask the city manager, how do cities, and maybe you could explore this, and maybe tell us if you need direction, but when it comes to public amenities that don't generate profit, how do cities fundraise?
Starts with the vision, right? A site, and then it goes slow. It's a combination of grant funds. The city seeds it when it's got available unallocated fund balance, and Then you find another source that you can use to close the gap. It takes time, but it
Two
starts
most
with.
recent examples really is getting $5 million from the state to get started on the AS site, which got taken away. Then we got $10 million from the state in good years with their budget just now for that. We got the county to sign up for an EIFD, which was going to divert property tax revenue, which is huge. So, but like Mike's saying, you start with a vision, and then you have to really dog it. I mean,
You have to commit.
Dog and dog and dog, and you have to go look around and poke around, talk to other people, and there's no substitute for that.
And we've got to stick with it, right? If we start going down a path, if it's a use of a facility and there's another shiny object that looks like it might be a slightly better alternative, we can't just chase it. We gotta stay the course. We gotta see it through, and we're gonna be faced with that very acutely with the King Harbor Amenities Plan. We've got to pick, and we've got to then design and build. We can't be distracted. We can't. Oh well, what about this? We got this new option. Well, let's
And
scrap
you got to
what
look
we
for
did and go forward.
benefactors. You got to look for a lot of different sources. We got the Esplanade redone with federal monies during the huge economic recovery, whatever it was called. What was that called?
Yeah, it was the post-Great Recession.
Shovel-ready
Yeah.
project. The feds paid for the redo of the Esplanade.
After we had put design money in and we had salted it with probably $1 million of city funds, and then they came through with the big recession, Great Recession restoration account or whatever it was and closed it up. But it was a multi-year process. All of these projects follow that path. Pickleball is no different. It's just a smaller version.
It's like that Marie Kondo saying. She says, don't clean a room slowly, clean it all at once, because if you clean it at once, you're going to see the life-changing magic of cleanliness. You're going to see the difference between it being filthy and messy and clean. And same thing with these projects. We start a bunch and we don't finish any. We're not going to see the benefit of finishing. So to the council members, I'm speaking more than anything, let's finish up the waterfront and Seaside Lagoon. Let's fill those coffers, and then let's move on to the rest of the city.
We're going to do that.
All right, that's all. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Obaji. I think just looking at the sketches that I saw in participating in the public amenities program, what they're showing for Seaside Lagoon being a multi-use facility, I know Mark Hansen said that lap lanes aren't a coastal dependent use, but neither is a skate park. So I think, if you had a multi-use water facility there and that's what we're going for, let's just do it and get it done. And then it can be open, all year round, not just 3 months. And you can have a facility that people can swim at, recreate at, whatever it is, right? I think that's where we should be focusing our time. And then, we can talk about a budget, doing a permanent pickleball center over at Aviation, which is much more manageable than a $13 million plus pool facility. So I'm good with the motion.
Councilmember Narenhout.
I was just going to say, I agree with keeping that site open for the long term at the Aviation Park. Elk Grove got a couple $1 million for the aquatic center. Bell Gardens just got $8 million, but we got to finish what we have. I'll keep the location at Aviation is not going away anytime soon. So I'd love to see a pool there, but yeah, right now I think we get our plate full and keep it open for now. Keep our options open. So that's what I'll see with that. But yeah,
Right now, the motion is receive and file. Okay, public comment.
I have.
First, is there anybody in the room that would like to comment on this discussion about Aviation Park?
So I have Holly Osborne.
On Zoom?
This is Holly Osborne, District 5. I used to work at that aerospace company in question. We used to be able to use the pool during the noon hours from 12 to 1. And you better be out there at 12:59 out of the locker room because the kids were all lined up with their towels and they knew they couldn't go in until the clock struck 1. But anyway, I'm just saying, we used to use it. And now I'm gonna say something you probably won't wanna hear, but as Park and Rec person told me this. They said the reason that pool got run down is Miracosta had the exact same plan. And when they closed Aviation and the pool for Miracosta needed spare parts, they took them from the aviation pool. So, and then also all of a sudden, then it's run down. Oh, it's too much to fix, and they destroyed it, okay? That's just for your history, since none of you remember that stuff.
Now, speaking of history, Holly, didn't the city promise to replace the pool there as kind of like a compromise or a mitigation for closing Aviation High School?
I don't know that.
Because a couple customer residents have come down over the years and said, "Where's our pool? They promised us," and I never quite got the exact answer, but I don't doubt it. Whatever, never mind.
City or the school
Thank you. Was it the school board? Yeah. So okay, see, there you go.
Next person is Mark Hansen.
Good evening again, Mayor Brand, City Council, City Staff, Mark Hansen, King Harbor Boater. I just wanted to bring to your attention that at the last meeting of the Harbor Commission, they received a presentation from Thomas Grimm of the Carlsbad Aqua Farm proposing a very impressive ocean encounter educational facility at the Joe's site. The Harbor Commission voted unanimously to recommend the preservation of the Joe's site for an educational facility, potentially to include our own local waterfront education program and our local white sea bass program. Julie Call, the president of Waterfront Education, has been invited to provide them a presentation on May 9th. During the Harbor Amenities Plan process, the consultants recently provided 3 conceptual drawings for the Seaside Lagoon. 2 of those included a lap pool, and 1 actually extended the lagoon's footprint to the north to encompass the Joe's site. Many harbor enthusiasts have made the fairly obvious observations that 1, a lap pool is not coastal dependent and not even coastal related, and 2, a lap pool would be much better situated somewhere further inland and warmer, not subject to the common marine layer and cold coastal winds. Members of the community have suggested more coastal related amenities, including a small wave pool and potential scuba training, both of which could transition both kids and adults towards use of our beaches and ocean. Agenda item D2 tonight on the pickleball courts provided 8 different potential court locations. I recommend that the City Council consider utilizing a mixture of these locations such that the aquatic facility can indeed be accommodated at Aviation Park and the Joe's site may be preserved for a marine education facility. Thank you.
Carissa Gallardo.
Hi, Mayor Brand and Council. I heard what you're saying about the aquatics, and I wanted to say that I would love a facility in Redondo Beach. Before Wiseburn came, I was mishmashing my schedule with Beg Pool, the Plunge and Torrance, and then when Redondo Union was open doing that. Now I use Wiseburn, but I have to drive all the way up there. I did hear you say that maybe coordinating with Manhattan Beach with their pool or Beach Cities Health District. And I just wanted to jump in and say that I was at a Beach Cities Health District youth partnership meeting where they went over all their plans. And in their master plan, in phase 2, they have an aquatic center. So I think it would be a good thing to look into and ask them about that, because coordinating it would be weird to go from 0 to 2 big pools in the area. So I just wanted to say that and give that input. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Comments submitted by Sarah Martin. I strongly support the location of an aquatics facility at Aviation Park. Redondo is pool poor. For years, the swimming public have only had access to the only competitive pool in Redondo at the high school for 3 hours on Saturday and Sunday. And those days are unavailable when the high school has other events scheduled at the pool. The pool complex fits in well with the existing other sports and athletic facilities, and there's plenty of adjacent parking. In addition, non-local swimmers and divers would have better access to aviation from the 105 and the 405. In the past, I've heard people suggesting putting a major aquatic center on the AES future parkland next to the harbor, which I consider to be a poor choice for several reasons. It's not a park. The access is poor for non-locals, and it would prevent actual coastal development uses from being located adjacent to the harbor. It's possible that the Belmont complex in Long Beach inspired the wish to locate a competitive pool complex ocean adjacent. But Belmont, being history, should be a warning about the future for putting a pool so close to the shore. The other possible and oft-mentioned site is the soon-to-be redeveloped failed BCHD hospital site on their Prospect Avenue. There might be enough room for an aquatics facility, but it's only a half mile as the water polo ball flies, which is too close. That site would make another great park, though. I hope the council sees the advantages to placing an aquatic center at Aviation, where it will be an economic, social, athletic, and health boon to North Redondo. That's Sarah Martin, District 1. Please, public comment.
That's it? Okay. All right. Well, there's a motion on the floor in a second. I guess I'll do a roll call vote. Was that clear? The motion?
Yeah, receive and file, pretty, yes.
I'll just say before I vote on this, for those that think putting a pool next to the ocean isn't that good of an idea, some of the best pools in the entire world, the most beautiful pools in the entire world are next to the ocean. Sydney, Australia, PV Beach Club, actually, which is a Rosser pool built in the 1920s, named after Rosser, longest running mayor in Palos Verdes Estates. Belmont Shores, Mediterranean, I can go on, list goes on and on. So, and we're gonna have a wonderful, beautiful aquatics facility down Seaside Lagoon that's gonna have fantastic stuff, including a wave pool from Kelly Slater. I can just see it now. Or not. Aye.
As we grow it out, about 10 acres, yeah.
Yeah. Councilmember Alonso.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember Emdy.
Aye.
Okay, great. There you go. All right. Next up, I guess the city manager items, Mike.
Nothing major tonight, just it's great to be back, and we've got some troubleshooting to do as it pertains to microphones and some other things. If there are any other items that you all experience tonight in your role or the members of the public experience as it pertains to gaining access to e-comments or Zoom, please let us know. We recognize that, we're going to have some trial and error in here, and we need the feedback to make any corrections that are feasible. So please let us know. And other than that, I'll wait to hear referrals from council.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
I'll just say I got here early today, really early, just want to get everything going. And you had staff here early, ready to go. It was impressive to see everyone just making it happen. I think it pretty much went flawless the first time back in 2 years. So great work. This is a beautiful new facility. Just so everyone knows, I put on my Facebook page, I'll email it around as well, a link. I took photos of this place being completely demoed. I mean, right before COVID, completely demoed to, no concrete left in here and just pipes all the way to what it is here. And it's actually really impressive, a ton of work. So good work to public staff and IT for doing the AV work in here, which is not part of their job. You guys, it's extremely complicated. So doing this stuff, I can tell you that it was no easy feat, and to do what you guys did with your test runs and education and training, thank you very much, because it is running smoothly tonight. Really, really happy about it. So really big turnaround. So thank you. Other than that, I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Councilmember Lawrence.
Yeah, ditto on that. It's phenomenal. And the thing I forgot to mention earlier is I want to thank Public Works for the bulb out on Maria after several years. Thank you guys for that. One thing, a quick clarification. The voucher passes for senior citizens for ride sharing, is that going to come back?
It's going to come back as a budget response report.
Okay.
And we'll talk a little bit about what other communities do in that regard and how we use our funds. So we'll give you some different options in there, but it will be a BRR likely available as part of the first meeting in June, which is our first budget hearing.
Okay, great. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
Nope.
Councilmember Obaji.
I want to echo the thanks for awesome first council meeting experience. And thank you, Madam Clerk and Deputy Clerk, Vicki and Eleanor, for your work and even getting Councilmember Narenheim's screen up every single time on demand, top notch. I have one, well, I think my last fiscal or BRR request for the fiscal year. And
Can we hold you
no,
to it? No.
Pretty, yes, hold me to it. Here we go. I don't even, this could be a request for a unicorn, but the seniors would like to get some sort of shaded apparatus that either comes out, I think temporarily, because you don't want to kill the grass at Perry Park, but that comes out so they can do outdoor activities should there be a COVID surge again, that they don't have to do their aerobic exercises inside the senior center, but that they can do it outdoors. So if there's any temporary shade structure that we could roll out at Perry Park from the senior center, I don't know if that exists or folds out, whatever the case may be, so that the seniors could do their exercises. I'd be interested in a BRR on that.
We can get you a BR on that. I'm sure, at the end of the day, it's wind load limitations that make that complicated,
Right.
based on size. You can do small things that
Right.
provide minimal shade, or you can do big things that have to be anchored down and
Right.
stuff like that. So we can get you a BRR.
All right, thank you, Mr. Manager, that's it.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
While you're doing that, you might as well add Anderson Park, because the seniors have been having trouble with exercising there too.
Thankfully, it'll be the same, same type of
There we go.
material, so.
And I wanna say that this setup, out of the 7 years I've been here, was the easiest way to follow this agenda. This was really amazing. So thank you for that and everything you guys did. I still want to say that as well. And yeah, no, that was it. So thank you. I'm sorry. And I wanted to say thank you for all the trees you've been planting around. There's been so many trees installed, and it's been amazing.
Yeah, it's
Well,
been.
apparently it's just my district.
No, it's not. It's not just your district. It's every available tree well we can manage. We did set some funding aside. You all did that. We're working on it. We'll probably give you a little BRR on the update. There's more work to do. But yeah, that's been in motion quietly.
It's been amazing. It's really made it, I mean, when those grow in, it'll be amazing.
In the parkways.
Yeah, like.
Parkways, parks,
Robinson,
wherever we can
all
find
over.
spots.
Yeah.
100-foot ones, right?
I know.
Huge, giant, massive redwoods.
100-foot redwoods. Like the person
Sequoias.
going around in 2007.
Harvested all the sequoias that were threatened by the fire. And they're all here. Yeah.
There's somebody going around supposedly planting sequoia redwood tree seeds in South Redondo and other places in Redondo.
Sure, they'll make it.
That's an old one.
I remember that.
Is there
Yeah,
two redwood trees?
So thank you. Thank you.
Two redwood trees in Philadelphia. So just remember that, Mike, May 3rd. I've been doing a lot of budgets, but it's the first time I've heard a council member say he's got no more BRRs on May 3rd.
Yeah, May 3rd. I love it.
You know?
It's
I'm
early.
calling them out all year long.
You'll be making more, and it's okay. And I will likewise thank everybody who had everything to do with here. I couldn't expect it to have gone better. Special thanks to Matt Rulin. I know he's really been the one. Chris
Yep.
told me that Matt's really the one.
Matt's been dogging this
and
for a very long time. He deserves a big shout out.
got everybody organized, and here we are. Every time I walk in here, he's in here doing something and trying to make it happen. And he did. He did. So the microphones, I don't quite know what's going on with that. But
Yeah, we'll figure these things out. They're a little clunky.
It just takes a minute to just let it react. That's all.
Yeah.
the other thing I wanted to thank Public Works. There was a big event at the Historical Museum and the Morale House this past weekend. It was like a celebration put on by the Historical Commission. Ron Morocco and Stephen Colleen, and they had a art exhibit of Cesar Hernandez, who used to be an art teacher at Redondo Union High School in the 40s. So they had his artwork, and just a ton of people came, Cub Scouts, and older people in their 80s and 90s who had him, in their 90s who had him for their art teacher at Redondo Union High School. So you guys power washed and did several other things around there, and they really noticed. So thanks for that. And thanks for what you did over at the Esplanade Bluff Garden. They had a little special event there with our former supervisor and Holly Mitchell's staff came down. It was a nice little event, and there's a really cool little park over there where there was some ugly patch of sand for no reason. So
Yeah, we had four events this last week between those two that you mentioned, and then we had the outreach on parking analysis for our ACAP, and then we also had another community workshop for the Veterans Park Old Library discussion. So Yeah, it's busy. We got a lot of stuff
Is there
going.
another public session about that, Mike? or-
There will be, I think, yeah, I think we've got another meeting.
Haven't scheduled it yet?
Yeah, it's not done yet, but yeah.
Okay. I know you're scheduling. Okay, and with that,
Busy.
tonight we're going to adjourn in memory of Carolyn Lindinger, who's a former city employee of the city of Redondo Beach. We were hearing that name.
With the roundtable as well
Yeah.
for many years, helped with our, holiday festival
Yeah.
out here, very active in the community for a very long time. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a big loss.
People like that make our community what it is. Special thoughts to her, and with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Obaji. Any objection? Okay, we're adjourned. There you go.